lost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Take a view of the city. I'm sure you with me.
inside a castle. I caught you riding on the wrong side. So I'm moving like a salsa. We close our eyes, we're only dreaming for a second. We're always leaving 'cause we can't say no. You got us screaming at the dance hall. We close our eyes, we're only dreaming. I get the fire. I get the fire. So cut me out, just watch me So cut me out, just watch me We close our eyes, we're only dreaming for a second. We're always leaving 'cause we can't say no. You got us screaming at the dance hall. When we close our eyes, we're only dreaming. So cut me out, just watch me So cut me out, just watch me touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, 'cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win.
untouchable when they wanna fight me. Everybody wants to know my name. Do you wanna come and play my game? Put it on you like I'm on a mission. Are you ready, boys? Stand to attention. Everybody wants to know my name, 'cause I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 'cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 'cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 'cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 'cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, 'cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 'cause I bring the fire, fire, fire.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up in a vibe. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough.
reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. You are the sweetest thing, yeah. I live on the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more?
through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kinda troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I'ma make it right here. Got the whole squad wild, champagne flying, rocking all over the room. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I
me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our PCS Spring Split Playoffs here, brought to you guys by Riot Games, Carry Live, and of course sponsored by iHotel. Tonight's match, FAK Esports taking on Impunity. Pretty hype one if I do say myself. It is match number 10, the loser of which who will be completely eliminated here from the playoffs, and the winner will go on to face CFO for that last chance at making the grand final. I am once again your host for tonight, and I'm joined by a gentle boy and a bundle of joy. It's Amelg.
Yeah, it's good to be back. We've had so many best of fives. I think it's like 5 in a row now after yesterday's PSG versus CFO banger, and I'm just hoping it keeps continuing.
Yeah, I fully expect this one to be going to 5 games as well, not just because every playoff seems to go to, every series seems to go to game 5 over here, but ever since those LCO teams were eliminated, all the rest just looked so close, and it was like that pretty much the entire spring split long, right? The standings were neck and neck the entire time. As we'll take a look at the playoffs bracket here, so it was PSG who did eventually take out CFO 3-2 yesterday. It was extremely close though, the whole way through. Now we have Impunity versus FAK, as we said before. The winner will go on to face CFO for that last chance at taking on PSG in the grand final. And I think, to be honest, it still could be pretty much anyone in the final. I wouldn't be surprised if it's FAK, Impunity, or CFO.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems so close between these 3 teams, and I feel like, yeah, honestly, anything can happen in these next 2 nights.
Really could. And I think when we are talking about Impunity versus FAK, they do seem fairly evenly matched. I mean, if you just look at the bracket before, obviously, like at the other teams, they did close out their series 3-2, and it was very back and forth. One thing I do want to bring up is that overall in the PCS playoffs, I think Blue Side currently has around a 55% win rate, so most teams kind of have been preferring to pick that up. Now, one thing that's pretty interesting about this is FAK do tend to win a lot more on blue and really struggle on red. But then on the other side of the things, Impunity, I actually have a pretty bad win rate. I think it's 50% on blue, but then they have a really good win rate on red. So 2 teams that prioritize vastly different sides, and it will be interesting to see, who ends up picking stuff up. I believe it is FAK that come in with the side selection as well, so it could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like pros and cons to picking both sides for FAK, right? Like on one hand, you want to pick the side you're more comfortable on, but at the same time, do you want to, invest in throwing Impunity off what might potentially be their preferred side? Definitely a lot of different ways it can go in this first game, and I think that side select will sort of define how the rest of the series continues to go on from there.
It definitely could, and I think we have kind of seen before that whoever gets to choose game number 1 obviously gets more side selections if it does go all the way to game 5. Here on your screen though, FAK Esports, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing, a team that is kind of known for their early game, I think work very well as a team, and they do pick up the blue side here. Kind of expected, I think. Obviously, they have looked a lot better on it. And one thing I'm real hyped about for this matchup in particular is it's going to be Solo Kill versus Driver, which I think is probably the most hyped top lane matchup, especially now since Solo Kill has decided that he doesn't want to play tanks anymore. I believe it was in an interview before he said that he told the coaching staff, hey, I'm done with tanks, carries from now on.
Yeah, I mean, after pulling him in from the LDL, right, it seems like putting him on carries is really the play. It's something that he's shown on before in the past, and I think that it's definitely his comfort zone in terms of top lane champion pools. So it's good to see him, being able to embrace that a lot more in these final few playoffs matches.
Yeah, I think it is very important that you kind of stick to your identity, and FAK, they were pretty close to losing their previous series, so they managed to find what was working for them just in the nick of time. On the other side, though, Impunity, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature, a team that is also known for early game, but perhaps in a bit of a different way, kind of rely on the strength of their lanes as opposed to kind of individual, or rather like team fighting or skirmishing or some macro that comes out. It really is just off the back of those individuals, right? Often have themselves very sizable leads, and could be a real interesting matchup here, Impunity taking on FAK.
Yeah, and we've seen Impunity evolve a lot as the split has gone on as well. We've mentioned it before in previous matches, but at the start of the split, they looked very reliant on Mission to get things going for them. But as the split's gone on, Drive and even Ellen and Nature in the bot lane, they've each sort of had their own moments of glory, and it's good to see them putting in the numbers as well.
Of course, we talked about Solo Kill and Old Mate up there in the top lane, but now looking at the 2 mid laners here, it is Mission and Pretender, another 2 solo laners that you definitely can't ignore. And Mission, I mean, if you take a look there at his DPM, it's very, very high. What is, I guess, counter percentage is what that stat is, 92.3%. So they do often pick the red side, right? And a lot of the time it does go towards him, and that kind of makes sense. It is always interesting, do you give Mission or Driver that counter pick? Because both of them, I think, make great use of it. But they also have strong blinds in their pick or in their champion pool. So we'll have to see what they end up going for. And I think with these two mids in particular, like they both kind of prefer the control mages, but Pretender as well has picked up a couple of different things, right? Has played the likes of the Jace and the Yone. But here we are into the champs. Like first ban is the Jack, so really respecting Driver on that. Has found so many 4-man stuns time and time again, and Annie is the takeaway as well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, honestly, both top laners at this point have sort of developed themselves their own preferences for carry top lanes. I feel like both have had their own moments where they've shined and, you know, really been that driving force for their own team. I feel like Driver doesn't lose as much effectiveness on tanks as solo kill though.
I think that's true as well. Has been very, very good on the Scion. Now, Orianna banned away as well. So a lot of kind of target bans trying to limit, I guess, Impunity's red side options. I wonder, one thing we've kind of seen all throughout the playoffs is the priority on Vi. Okay, it's banned away. It has been very difficult to deal with. I really feel like the only counter to Vi is the Xayah, and not every team is willing to play that. Obviously, Xayah can be a difficult champ to pick up, and Kennen is the last ban, something that has kind of risen in priority a lot throughout the playoffs, just as, you know, a general counter pick, and obviously does well up against the Gnar, which has been blind picked many times. So looking at the first pick here, I mean, Zeri is open with the Vi ban, but I believe Eminem doesn't really prioritize the Zeri from what I remember. I have to see though. Ooh, first picking the Jace. So it is a champ that both Pretender and Solo Kill have played. Yeah. Pretender, I think, I want to say almost got a Penta, or maybe did get a Penta on the Jace. Anyway, he looked very, very good on it. And we'll see what it's matched for the side of Impunity. They're currently hovering the Sejuani. Obviously, the Sej and the Wukong kind of remain the jungle trade now, especially with the Vi gone. And Zeri is picked up alongside it, which I think makes a lot of sense. With Vi off the board, it just makes it a lot easier to play something like the Zeri. And I also think up against the Jace poke, having lifesteal is great, which, you know, obviously the Zeri can very easily itemize towards the shield bow and the BT. Xayah now is a hover from the other side. Will we just see Xayah Rakan locked in 2-3?
Yeah, I wonder, because Impunity, you know, they showed a lot of priority on the Rakan specifically in their previous series. Nature, you know, did look pretty questionable on it. I feel like he came into his own more in the later games of that series, but still definitely a big power pick for them. Frank, looking like they're going to hover the Nautilus instead, potentially, you know, preemptively expecting that Rakan.
Yeah, and I think as well, Kaiwing has just looked very good on the typical, you know, Nort Leona picks, and maybe they just want to play into that. Now, Impunity do just pick up the Lulu, or you can play Zeri Rakan, like you said. It's something that they prioritized very heavily in their previous series. I believe played it all 5 games. So it would kind of make sense to pick it up here as well, though maybe looking towards the Leona could give them a bit more lane pressure.
Yeah. Definitely would make for a bit more exciting of a lane as well, so I'm definitely all for it. We'll see if it ends up getting locked in. It is going to be the Leona. Nice.
Okay, now moving towards those second phase bans. I mean, junglers could definitely be targeted here for Hollow. Something like the Maokai has already been banned away. So do you just target, you know, the Wukong, maybe even the Elise? Because taking away AP junglers might make sense. I think, you know, sometimes you see the PCS junglers go towards the Viego or the Lee once the other kind of meta champs are taken away, but they don't feel nearly as impactful to me.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I mean, can target mid-top flexes, but it is the Viego that gets banned away.
Yeah, trying to pinch that pool nice and early.
I wonder if they're not worried about Wukong then.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It feels like they don't have, at least in the 2 champions they picked so far, Impunity, they don't have, you know, that much dissuasion against the Wukong so far. I have to see if they end up coming out for their second ban, but Frank, looking at some of their own.
Yeah, maybe ban away the Syndra, protect the Jace, or... Oh, okay, so they banned the Talia, still trying to set up for, you know, some sort of mission bans. It can, I think, be pretty difficult, obviously, because 1, these mids share a lot of the champs, and 2, Mission just plays a lot of mages, right? So you can't take away them all, but you have got rid of the Ori already. Talia is the second one, and Jace still remains a flex, but I think we more often see it go towards mid. I have to see, though. Second ban, I mean, expecting another jungler, unless you want to ban out... Yeah, so they banned the Elise and the AP. That makes sense. I think now that's pretty much the 2 good AP junglers off the board, which makes it a little more likely that it's either, you know, just an AP mid and putting Jace top, or I guess we've seen Solico play the Vlad before, but it was a long time ago, and I don't think you'd want to blind it. Especially not on the likes of Driver. He'll punish you for that. Yeah. So will it be the Syndra banned away? I mean, it's something that has kind of risen in priority a lot, especially in yesterday's series. They banned away the Trist instead, something that Yubao had a lot of success with the Sejuani. I'm not the biggest fan of Trist, but Yubao obviously made it look very, very good.
Yeah, we've seen it banned a lot into Mission as well.
That's true. Now, do you blind the mid or top? Looks like they're going to go towards the Cassante. I think the Nara blind probably makes a lot more sense, but it doesn't synergize as well with Sejuani.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not dropping their top lane pick to 5th.
Yeah, it potentially opens up the chance for something like the Yone mid, maybe, or even a Silas to be paired with the Sejuani. We'll have to see where they end up going with that. It could also be that if Nara's taken away with Ken and Ban, they don't have an effective counter. Solokil, though, he's had some great games on the Aurelia up into the Nara before, and Driver, you have to know that this has potential, right, to come through Nidalee. I mean, it would give them AP, and it synergizes with Jace, but I swear the champ just sucks.
Yeah, it's going to be locked in for Frank Esports. Definitely don't feel the same way as you, but yeah, I do agree. It's not something we've seen at all in the PCS so far. So I am very excited to see how well Hollow ends up piloting that one. As for their final pick, looking like they're hovering the Malphite?
Oh, Malphite here would be very risky, I think, with the Silas 5P potentially available. It obviously does do well, I think, into the Nara, and it looks like, no, it's going to go back to the Aurelia. So obviously very good for the 1v1. But can find difficulty, I think, into a comp like this if you can't accelerate in the side lane. And last pick here, you know the Jace has already been picked up. So Silas, I mean, it is good for the Nord ult, and it synergizes with Sedge, but I feel like it's sort of hard to play up against, you know, the likes of Aurelia, Jace, Xayah.
Yeah.
I would like something with a bit more range. Not a huge fan of the Victor, honestly. I think I prefer the Cinder, but Mission has looked good on the Victor before. He does pick it up, and ultimately, I think you have to favor the scaling of Team Impunity, but it does feel like Frank have the tools to get stuff done in the early game, should have a lot of priority around kind of early skirmishes. Maybe not so much in the lanes, right? I think the 1v1 in both mid and top, you kind of get pushed in early, but once you start to get that push back, once you kind of get your first base, it can become very difficult to contest, and Victor especially feels like a big hole in the middle of your map for the first item, and I mean, we'll be looking to see how this Nidalee does. I feel like, you know, if this is a few seasons ago, it looks like a great pick, but I'm not sold.
Yeah, it does feel like for Impunity, I do agree. It feels like they just need to survive the first like 10 to 15 minutes, and then they're in a much better spot. But you know, on the other side, Frank, they do have so many tools for, you know, creating those advantages, finding those opportunities in those first 15 minutes. So definitely a lot of agency for their side.
Yeah. And I think that the scaling for the side of Frank is still there. It's just a bit more conditional, right? Like when you've got stuff like the Jace and the Aurelia, they don't scale so well in just a pure 5v5 team fight, but they actually still scale quite well, right? If we can manage to hit, you know, good poke before the fight starts, then Jace is a great champion. And I think Aurelia, you know, we've seen Solokil do some pretty crazy things on the side lane before, where if you do get accelerated and you can kind of bring people to you, you can oftentimes, you know, 1v2, even 1v3 in the side lane, which is very nice. But I think, again, looking at that just pure 5v5 team fight, you have to feel like it favors Impunity. Yeah,
definitely. It's just like a lot more of a bread and butter comp for them. I think the Leona is kind of like the slight exception. We haven't seen Nature on it that much. He's definitely preferred their account a lot more. But Leona is also, you know, a very solid pick. Helps you find those opportunities against the ranged poke of side of Frank Esports. But we're jumping into game one for tonight. Frank Esports coming up against Impunity. Final. Oh yeah, loser gets eliminated.
Loser does get eliminated, and it's crazy to think we have our top 4 now.
And yeah, it's going to be 3 after tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm still not sure who I favor in this series as a whole. I think I'd prefer Impunity to win, but...
You prefer them? Like you want them to win?
Yeah, yeah, I want them to win. I'm an Impunity fan. I like the way they play. It is Ghost here on Atlan. Obviously, Eminem kind of did have to go towards that cleanse up against the Leona and the Sedge. And I actually think that's a pretty big deal for scaling, because obviously Xayah and Zeri both scale very, very well, but it feels a lot harder, you know, as the ADC later in the game without the Ghost, right? Because you just simply put can't position as aggressively as you normally could. Level 1 wards are placed here. Mission, it's going to start pushing that wave nice and early. Has gone once again for the full scaling, has himself the first strike. And I'm kind of curious why he keeps going back to the Victor, because it kind of feels like so much of the game is not decided, but kind of put in a great position in those first kind of like 2 or 3 drags. And you kind of feel like Victor is not as strong as some of the other mages, like the Syndra, for example, that we saw even getting blind picked yesterday and really didn't have great options into it. So it feels like a pretty solid pick, and taking a pretty rough trade here into Pretender. Does have the phase rush and can disengage.
Yeah, Mission's opted for the Corrupting Potion as well on the first item. Is that pretty standard in this kind of matchup?
Yeah, you're expecting to be quite a lot of damage trading back and forth, so it does kind of make sense. It is sort of... I am surprised he went for the first strike, though. I think I would have committed to the area, but hey, I respect it. And everything else is looking somewhat normal. It is that Electrocute here, picked up by the Nidalee. Honestly, just doesn't have great keystones.
Hollow's just running straight into Mission, gets the red buff slow. Mission actually forced the flash away at 2 minutes in the game. That's already a very good start for the side of Frank. And Hollow's now moving towards this top side of the map. Alex in the area.
Yeah, Hollow just did the 3 camps and then crossed mid, and Alex maybe can look. He managed to dodge out the trap.
He hasn't been spotted. Pretender, he's actually forced to flash away himself as well. Both mid laners not having the greatest early game. Both flashes down. Definitely makes for a very volatile lane from this point forwards. Both junglers definitely going to be putting a lot of priority into those two.
Driver's having a pretty big wave built into him. Needs to be really careful that he doesn't lose any more health.
Oh, wow.
Spotlight
Nature actually
trade.
dropped very low. Forced to flash away. Kaiwing expends only the Ignite. Pretty good trade for the side of Frank Esports.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. I guess a hook just might have connected or something, but a lot of health loss. And
rooted up. Alan pops the ghost.
He wants to make sure that wave crashes, but will eventually have to walk away.
And I really miss these Nautilus versus Leona matchups. It's always just so volatile. Both of them just jumping at any opportunity they can. The slightest misposition.
Looks like Top Scuttle will be traded here. Hollow's going to grab that, and Bot Scuttle should be picked up by Alex. Drops a ward in the jungle, and Driver's done a good job of making sure that he can't really be dived here. Has stayed very healthy in that top side. Looks like resets will come out of both mid laners as well. It is Mission who... Ooh, Nature.
First blood actually goes the way of Kaiwing. Not too sure what happened there. I think he might have been trying to hold the wave.
Yeah.
But does end up going down. Luckily, Eminem doesn't pick up that one, but still, you know, a good gold injection for the side of Frank.
Yeah, it's not
this
too
wave as
bad
well.
here, I think, for Atlan, who can just pick all this up, but... And in fact, it might even be a good death just to keep this CS alive. Probably isn't worth it overall, but I was kind of curious that he stayed so long, because I think Nature didn't have any health pots even after the previous fight. We're going to look at what initially unfolded. So it looks like Impunity are currently the ones in control. They have more creeps than the Blade Caller was just used. Okay, so really nice hook to cancel, and maybe Impunity just tried to chase too long. I think now the bone plating burned. Kind of feels like you don't want to look for too much more.
Yeah, Kaiwing just playing on his role to perfection. Actually finds that initial hook onto Nature, forcing him to flash away. But overall, he's just... Oh, Nature, yeah, he's trying to hold the wave. But this is just... This is so risky when you don't have flash as well.
The not Q hitbox, though, I think it was a little unfair. It always is.
It always is. Frank Esports slightly hitting gold. You know, nothing really to write home about just yet, but it's always going to be good getting that initial kill on the board.
Yeah, and I think also because Eminem was able to recall a little earlier, does have himself like quite a bit more gold here.
Yeah, pickaxe.
Yeah, if we just look at those bot items, feels like it should be favored to them, although Eminem did use his flash. Has to be a little careful, I think. And it will be both the junglers currently on the bot side of the map, and so far, Nidalee hasn't really found any sort of lead. Obviously, you're not expecting it to be a giant lead, but just as a champion with so much tempo, you're expecting to at least have some sort of CS lead. But now it's Impunity potentially starting up this dragon. They do have the bot priority. I wonder, though, if Frank will look to contest. This might just end up being a 3v3. Mission could even ult the mid wave if he wants to come here.
Yeah, it does look a bit scary for Frank if they do want to contest it, but they're going for it anyway. Eminem and Kaiwing coming up the bottom side of the river. Mission also trying to make his way in. Pretender cutting him off. Now Kaiwing finds a hook onto Nature. Dropped very low rooted and is going to get taken out by Eminem. Picks up another kill as well for his troubles. Alex going down too, and the Dragon's just been leashed for Frank Esports. They're picking up first Ocean Drake of the game.
Dragon leashed? Yeah, but they grabbed that dragon.
Oh, Kaiwing! He's looking for more. Finds the hook, forces the flash out from Alan. I don't know if he has the dash available, but so much damage coming down onto him. He's not going to be able to stick around for that. And now they're going for even more. Hollow finds the spear onto Mission. The leap does get cut off by that cage, though.
Yeah, but honestly, unmitigated disaster there for the side of Impunity. And this is why I kind of question the Victor pick, because we kind of look at this 3v3, and it feels like normally with your counter pick, you should have mid priority and can be here early. Instead, though, it's just the engage that comes out while mid's 1v1 on the side. And so much damage here for the side of Frank, maybe a little bit off that bot lane play, right? We kind of talked about how much more AD Eminem had there in that early fight. And kind of curious, again, the Impunity, they pretty much always seem to do this, where they hard contest things that they probably don't need to, right? Like, we've got the Victor Zeri. Do we really need to hard commit for the first dragon? Probably not. I think you so hard outscale a pure 5v5, but unfortunately just, you know, throw that first dragon away, and more importantly, 2 kills over to Eminem.
Yeah, especially when we talked about in Champ Select, right, where it feels like Impunity, they just need to try and mitigate their losses for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, but this is not the best mitigation I've seen.
No, it's not. I think Impunity have kind of had this problem before of not really playing towards their composition. And I think that can be fixed by just picking a mid that wants to fight anyway. Nice trade there from Pretender.
Yeah, huge. Doesn't even take any damage in return. Overall, Frank very much in control in this early game. 2 kills on Eminem as well.
Yeah, it's very, very accelerated here. Herald is now alive, and you would expect that to go the way of Frank. Nidalee so good at just clearing the whole map, moving around very, very quickly. Alex is in the river, though. Needs to be careful.
Oh, Carving flashes forward. Doesn't quite connect that hook. Alex managing to dash away from that one.
It was very, very close to connecting. We'll just now go back, and Hollow, he's maybe looking for something bot. He knows that Atlan's flash is missing.
Another hook just barely goes wide. In another world, that hitbox connects.
Okay, does miss the spear, gets the trap down. I wonder how hard is he going to contest this. Currently, they have the mid and bot priority. Maybe they can just invade. This is really playing Nidalee to a T if they can take this away.
Yeah, Frank Esports not afraid to be aggressive at all. They've got the advantage and they know it. Impunity, though, they're maybe looking for something, but Mission is so far away, it'd be dangerous to even try here. Kybing finds the ultimate onto 2, rooted up. Alex dropped very low, forced the flash away. Alan dropped very low as well. Pretender finds that kill. Now chasing down both Alex and Nature. Mission is just off the screen. Eminem flashing forward, finds the route. Killing spree for him. 5 kills to 0 for Frank Esports in this game. It's not even 10 minutes yet.
It's not, and Frank, I think of all the early game teams, we kind of think of the likes of Impunity, CFO, and Frank. They're probably the ones that play it out the cleanest from there. And it really feels like, you know, maybe this Victor 5P isn't really worth it, right? As a result, you've got a losing top matchup, and so much action has already occurred before it's relevant. And again, it's weird by Impunity. Why are you so hard contesting this in the 3v4 if Mission has no intention of coming? They instead just try and walk up, and to no one's surprise at all, they get engaged on.
Yeah, it's not even like a good hook angle either, right? He just hooks forward, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Impunity just made it as easy as possible there for Frank to get stuff done. It was Eminem who grabbed himself yet another kill. Now 3-0 with the Kraken at 10 minutes.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, these guys have kind of just been slugging it out. So Silicon misses that ultimate, but Hollow's got the red buff slow. Driver forced to flash out. He's going to get away with his life this time, but definitely not without any repercussions.
A nice little flash trade there, and Herald can probably be started up by Hollow as well. So far, has managed to get both objectives if he can grab this, and take a look at the gold.
Oh my.
Eminem is already up 1,000 gold over the enemy ADC. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, Frank Esports doing such a good job of just continuing to ratchet up the pace in this early game. Impunity, they messed up early. Frank are definitely letting them know it.
They are, and second drag spawning here in only 30 more seconds. Alex, he's going to try trade something onto bot for this Herald, but Xayah, she doesn't have some...
Or Pretender almost gets called out there, but recognizes that Alex is on his way and manages to back off in time.
It should just be Mission going back to that mid wave. I think Impunity, you really need to buy time for yourself to scale into this game, but there is definitely a point where you cross that scaling doesn't matter anymore because you're just too far behind, and I feel like honestly might be getting close to that already. It's 3,000 gold to the side of Frank, but they can accelerate to so much more. Should be able to just pull the second dragon, and maybe even Herald the mid tower would stop the Victor from just kind of permanently wave clearing.
Yeah, it feels like the only silver lining for Impunity so far is that, you know, at least their laners aren't too far behind the CS, actually keeping up pretty well, despite, you know, a lot of early deaths. but definitely lacking a lot of control. Hollow once again looking on the mid lane mission, flashing very early on.
And just forced to flash time and time again, and every time he doesn't have flash, it's so hard for him to pressure the map, even though he does perhaps win the 1v1. He just can't really leave his lane, and that's something you're opting into with the Victor, and I feel like it doesn't really fit the meta that well. Second Dragon will go the way of Frank Esports, only 12 minutes in here now. And maybe look to Herald bot, accelerate your Xayah even further.
Yeah, he's already so scary with his Kraken Slay completed. Impunity, they have no choice but to sit under the turret, and soon they're not even going to have a turret to sit under. Eminem picking up so much gold.
And I think this just goes down, right? I mean, maybe they can keep it on very low HP, but honestly, it just puts you at risk of being dived. Looks like it will stay for now, so won't give over that first tower gold just yet. Mission though, no flash on this mid wave. Has to be very, very careful where he goes.
Yeah, Kaiwing's looking for a drop stat. Very valuable control ward deep in Impunity's jungle. It's going to spot out Alex whenever he tries to move bot side to help his EDC and support out. And Solico is just kind of just chilling. He's got his ball completed now, so lots of kill threat on this Irelia.
Yeah, it's very, very strong here. The wave frozen as well. Flashes are not up, so Driver, he could be in trouble here, especially with Hollow on this side of the map. Probably needs Alex to come help him. But do they even win the 2v2? You kind of feel like they don't.
Yeah, it's really rough, especially when you don't have that, you know, it's Sejuani synergy like we talked about in Champ Select. Feels like kind of just left out on a limb here. Solico doing a very good job of zoning Driver for as much CS as he can.
Yeah, will eventually push back to him though. So he should be safe to just farm this with Q, at least for now. Has done a good job, I think, of keeping that CSO even, given that he did blind pick here. Eminem, he just continues to farm up in the bot lane, like you said, slightly behind CS, but had so much gold from kills and assists to make up for it. Even got all that plate gold as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, especially because he's on Xayah, I think he feels a lot more comfortable in a lane by himself. Even if, you know, Outland and Nature are both there, he's got the cleanse available too. I think he's definitely not afraid to just stand his ground, and that gives Kaiwing a lot more space to move around the map and do what he does best.
Yeah, and we saw them kind of opt into that Nautilus over the Rakan, and it's certainly paid dividends, right? Have found, you know, many hooks that have, you know, got chunks or even kills. Bot tower now looks like it will fall, and only 14 minutes in, Frank are up 4,500 gold. What more can they get? I mean, there's a third dragon spawning in only 2.5 minutes, and oh, the spear did miss on the Gromp.
Right, no one saw it.
It happens to the best.
Luckily, they cleared out all the visions, so, you know, Impunity, they don't even have that.
True. Maybe the coaching staff will let them know. I was a little shaky, but now I think looking towards this third drag and the second herald, kind of feels like Impunity might be forced to contest it, but how can you, right? I don't think you really want to fight until you hit 2 items on both your Victor and your Zeri, but I don't think they're going to hit 2 items before even the 4th dragon at this point, and I think unless Impunity can catch a big mistake from Frank, it just feels so hard to claw your way back into this game.
A lot of members of Impunity feels like they don't even really have many substantial items to speak of, kind of just a zinger box of random stuff. Whereas Frank, they've got 3 mythics completed now, as well as the Bork as well. It's pretty much a mythic by itself. So much power gained from that item pickup. Kaiwing now getting his dominance in the top lane as well, even further pressuring Driver.
Yeah, has to be quite careful now with his pink ward taken away. And I wonder if Frank will go for both the Herald and the Drag, because if they can get both, just take all the objectives, they potentially could look to perfect game here.
Yeah.
Definitely kind of on track to do so. They'll take away some of this top side vision here. Maybe they can look to pressure this top tower. It's down to half. They have members around, but it feels kind of hard to hit with the Aurelia. Also, he just is a melee champion, so can't just walk up so freely.
I have to say, Frank, as well, they're playing this so well, so carefully, you know, making sure to secure control in the jungle first, clear out all the vision. You can see Impunity, they only really have that one ward near that mid lane tier 1, as well as that pink. And now, Frank looking for the dive. Kaiwing's hook goes wide. Alex pops his Aftershock, means he's a lot more fragile now. A Driver, target of the Nautilus ultimate, but TP expended from Mission to help out his laners, and it looks like it's going to be that for now. Dragon spawning in 35 seconds though. Kaiwing finds a hook once again, roots up. Driver now dropped very low. Eminem forced to Featherstorm. Once again, going to disengage.
Back.
Yeah, actually, Kaiwing dropped pretty low here. I wonder if Frank is going to reset here. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds now.
It feels like both teams might just reset. There's no TPs on the side of Impunity, but Frank do have theirs. I think they're probably still in the better position here to grab both those objectives if they want, but the damage being traded over was nice. Is Warmogs picked up here by Alex, so will be very useful for just face-checking stuff and being able to heal back after. I think the Warmog set just looked very, very good, honestly, when we've seen it.
Wow, that's already a lot of damage coming out from the chase. Only the Eclipse completed for Pretender, but still packing so much of a punch in this early game. Meanwhile, Eminem definitely packing a punch of his own. 2 full items completed now.
Wow, the Navori at this 17-minute fight is pretty ridiculous. And how can Impunity contest? It feels like they just can't. They're kind of positioning to fight it, though. The way Driver is here, I feel like Mission can't even get here, though. If Frank controlled the vision well enough, it should be so hard. Frank need to be careful just to not let Driver get a good flank. That's like their one way to win something here.
Impunity as well. They've picked up a lot of the key initial items. Driver now pops Mega. Frank, they just need to disengage for now. Whereas Impunity, they have to try and find a way to make something happen before that runs out. But they're actually just on the run. It seems like they might just give this one up.
I wonder if they'll just go towards Herald. No, they're actually
coming
turning back. But no Mega now on Driver.
This can't be playable.
I feel like this just looks so impossible to win this fight.
Yeah, Dragon now 4K Alex looking for the steal. Kaiwing finds the hook, doesn't quite connect on the mission, but pops the ultimate as well. Nature finds the stun onto Pretender. Kaiwing goes down. Alan picks up that one for himself. And then roots up Nature. Soko on the flank, but he's all by himself, very low. Getting chased down by Nature, who's popped the Ghost. He's going to pick that one up. Double kill for Atlan. At least they've got a couple kills for Reparation, but that's the Dragon once again going over the Frank Esports.
Ooh, maybe looking for a little more after.
Oh, Hollow gets stunned up, dropped very low, but there's not enough damage to follow that one up. Mission going down to Pretender. And it looks like both teams starting to disengage for now. Pretender's still getting very aggressive. Impunity on the other end, looking to get some damage on that mid lane tower. But yeah, Frank pick up a Dragon, but in return for a couple of kills.
There was, I think, a little bit of inting that went on in this. We'll take a look. I think Frank should probably just play slow. They have a lot of poke, and it's kind of up to Impunity to force something.
It actually does connect.
It's a really heavy engage here, I think, from Kaiwing, and there's just no follow-up for him. When you're backline out DPSs, I really just don't think you need to. Solo kill as well. You know, try to find something on the side, was just forced to flash away. Still, though, it was the Dragon that went the way here of Frank Esports, and managed to trade themselves back a couple kills as Alex, I guess, was looking for a little bit more, but didn't quite let himself heal enough from that Warmogs. Had to flash over the wall, and then Mission just caught out of position. Now the Herald picked up 2. 3 Dragons and 2 Heralds. Can they break the mid tower with this? Alternatively, could go top and try to take 2 towers, but I mean, I guess it's better than nothing for the side of Impunity at that fight. They did importantly get 2 kills onto Atlan, but it still feels like it's such a difficult task to come back into this one.
It feels like when until he gets his second item completed, you don't really see the impact of those 2 kills. And yeah, Eminem just still packing so much of a punch with Frank. They have so much damage. Baron's now spawned, and Frank once again looking to push into the topside jungle.
Mission needs to be very careful here. Has himself the flash, but no one around. There is a TP from Driver, and Nature's on the way.
Kaiwing's charging the Hex Flash, going over the wall. Does he find the hook? Actually not going to connect. Mission flashes quite early on. Nature, on the other hand, trying to buy some time, but the Feather Storm means that Eminem is able to pick up that kill, but he's going to get taken out in return. Driver now gone Mega, finds the ult onto 2, does get stunned up, Pretender going down. Double kill now for Atlan. Solo kill trying to work his magic, but to no avail. Atlan picking up, that's 4 kills for Atlan, and now they might be looking for the Baron.
Yeah, I think they can, and what an absurd throw there from Frank. It's really only a first tower, and they give over so much gold for it. It feels like it should be unlosable for the side of Frank, but now Impunity, they're going to even up the game. They get so many kills onto Atlan Zeri, who's so strong now, picking up this Baron as well. It even has an objective bounty of it, and with that, they pull themselves 800 gold behind. As we'll take a look at what ended up happening here, and it kind of felt like, again, overforce from Kaiwing kind of didn't really lead to anything good, right? Like, I think here you can kind of just back away, especially now that you've gotten the TP, but they decide to commit way more. Eminem has to use both summons to grab this kill, and then is stuck in the middle of the team. You see Atlan, no cooldowns left from the side of Frank Esports here. No one can touch Atlan whatsoever, and solo kill, we kind of talked about it before. The Aurelia, in theory, scales well, but has such difficulty getting the damage done in those 5v5s. Now Impunity, what can they get done with this Baron? It's currently only 1500 with the power play, but importantly, are going to allow their carries to get to 2 items.
Yeah, Eminem expanding his Featherstorm so early in that fight really just meant Impunity had a big opening in there. Now they've got the Baron for themselves, looking at this tier 1 turret. We'll see if Atlan can carry this game on his back. It's going to be going down for now.
Yeah, they grab the tier 1. Now, next drag's in a minute, and I think it's very important that Impunity keep the pressure up. They will have the Baron, so can just keep the waves pushed and then should be able to control this area. Ooh, maybe
Kaiwing's got to be careful.
Yeah, it should not engage here probably, although Driver's bot with no TP. If they see him show, could try force something in the 5v4. Driver does show now. Is Kaiwing going to look?
Notably as well,
Feels hard.
Mission is starting to deal a lot more damage. Hasn't quite got his Shadow Flame completed yet, but Victor definitely packing a lot more of a punch than he did in the first 10 minutes of the game.
It's quite strong now as Driver will begin to work on this bot tower. And I think a lot of credit to Driver, who was counterpicked and got a lot of pressure from the jungler as well, and finds himself with a CS lead as well as being significantly more impactful in the team fights. And this was a matchup that we're very hyped for. And
yeah.
So far, Driver, I mean, it is only game 1, but he's getting the better of him.
Definitely just being able to stabilize in the 1v1 against the rally is just such a big win for the Gnar. Being able to survive that early game and contribute, hopefully a lot more in these team fights, as we've seen already with that Gnar ultimate last fight. Impunity, they're playing with their vision. Alex doesn't throw the ult just yet. Actually, it's going to whiff that one. Kaiwing, he's got the fancy feet, actually baits that one out. That's actually a key cooldown now down for Impunity. They only really have the Leona ult now to look for picks. They do still maintain a lot of control in the bot side jungle, however.
Yeah, I wonder now, do they just start this dragon up? It looks like they will. And on the other side of the map, Mission still does not have flash up from the previous play. He does have the Chaos Storm here, so he could ult the wave, but needs to be very careful. There's a lot of people coming up towards him. I think this tier 2 should just go the way of Frank.
Yeah, he's aware that he has a target on his back because his team has expended so many resources bot side and smartly decides to back off for now. I think Pretender isn't quite going to pick up this turret. Mission popping the ultimate. Holo and Kaiwing, they're waiting on the wings, but now that Nature's here, it's a lot harder to get anything done. Oof. So much poke coming out onto Mission, though.
Yeah, both the Spear and the Jace combo did connect onto him. Pretender is quietly scaling up pretty hard in this game. We sort of see a lot more from Jace these days. That really it is once you get those second and third items that Jace truly comes online. Isn't so much the lane bully that he used to be. But
wow,
importantly, yeah, look how the gold has changed. Importantly, Alan has got all the lifesteal he needs before this Jace has kind of hit that point. And it's so crazy that Alan has managed to pull himself back into this game, given how the early game went. I mean, was still up in CS, but with Eminem being so far ahead, you kind of felt like it was, very early. But now has himself 3 items before Eminem, so must be ahead in gold.
Yeah, it's like the the hare and the tortoise, Sloan City wins the race. Atlan now definitely reigning supreme. 3 items now completed for both AD carries. Baron is spawning in 2 minutes. Impunity switching their control over to the top side now. Pretender
Yeah,
by
I wonder if they'll
himself.
make a play onto him. Pretender, he does have the flash and isn't showing. There are a lot of people around, though. I guess they kind of lack the info to do this. Instead, though, we'll continue to push mid. Atlan feels very safe now. As the 3 items probably will be going towards the BT or maybe even to the GA after this. BT now completed from Eminem as well, so both 80 carries are going to look to put up some ridiculous amounts of damage. And, after 26 minutes, after a lot of back and forth...
Ooh, solo kill, hold that thought. He's looking onto Driver. Driver hops away, dodges that stun. TP coming out as well from Pretender to try and secure this kill, but Shock Blast goes wide. Driver, he's on the run, is about to pop Megan. Looks like he's going to make it out of this one alive for now. Meanwhile, Impunity take out that top side tier 1 turret.
Yeah, very nice there. The fact that Pretender TPs away from top towards that bot lane play does allow the side of Impunity to just grab that and now have themselves a small gold lead in this game, which I think you have to say they have the better team fighting composition. It really comes down to, can Frank find a way to either hit that crucial poke before the fight starts, or can they somehow sneak away one of these dragons, whether it's a steal or some sort of trade. Mission now working on his 3rd item. Going to be picked up.
Yeah,
Probably
3 items
before
for Victor.
drag.
Super scary, especially since it's the Void stuff as well. Gonna be dishing out so much damage, and it feels like Frank, they ticked all the boxes in their early game, but after that crucial fumble in the top side, now feels like they're on the back foot.
Yeah, went from having a potential perfect game to now struggling here. And they really had everything they needed to just clean this up, but they do end up giving something back. Dragon is still 2 minutes away, but Baron is now up. I would be a little surprised if Impunity started. There is a lot of poke that comes out from the side of Frank. I think if Impunity can find some sort of engage, though, it really is just Eminem who's going to be providing that damage. And take a look at that. Atlan actually ahead in gold over Eminem, but it is both ADCs who are very far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, definitely the key players to watch in these upcoming team fights. Atlan does have the stopwatch for himself, which is going to be super big in this upcoming fight, which is going to define a lot of how the rest of the game goes from here on. Both teams wrestling for their mid priority. Dragon now 1 minute 15 seconds away from spawning.
Ooh, looks like they're starting the sub. They're going to try force solo kill out of the side lane and towards the team fight. I think they want to use this, though, as an opportunity to turn.
Oh, Kaiwing finds the hook onto Nature in the pixel bush. Nature, on the other hand, finds Eminem, drops him to half HP, forced to pop the Feather Storm, but that Victor Chaos Storm doing so much damage. Eminem has dropped so low Impunity. They feel a lot safer now continuing on with this. Hollow and Pretender, though, still have a lot of poke available. They need to make sure to stay as far enough away as possible, especially from Driver, who's about to turn Mega. Solo kill goes onto him. Meanwhile, Nature finds Kaiwing. Both teams, though, still doing the Baron dance. And now Frank, they're on the chase, and this is a good spot for them.
Yeah, I think the Frank Solico, he's got the flank, has the ulti as well.
Kaiwing finds the hook, but I think it might be a little bit too quick. Does get picked off on the back of that by Mission. Going for that hook. A bit too risky, but Solico, he finds a lot of people with the stun. Does get stunned up by himself as well, but Pretender still pummeling out these shock blasts one by one, gradually melting the health bars of Impunity, and now Driver's separated from the rest of his team. He's going to try and hop, skip, jump out of that, but Solo Kill going to pick that one up for himself. Overall, even though Kaiwing misplayed slightly, oh, Hollow actually might be the target now. Doesn't hop over the wall, but...
Oh, he got Atlan so low.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to stall for his... Oh, does get caught by that Zenith Blade, stunned up. It's likely going to get picked up here by Mission. Hollow playing with fire and getting burnt.
Yeah, it did just go in a little too far, but you can kind of respect him for that. I mean, he had them so low in a 1v4. They were very, very close. And I think, you know, quietly in that fight, Pretender sort of saved it, landed some very big poke there.
Yeah.
Eminem, you know, he was chunked out very early, but did manage to get back to a mid-wave and then was able to sustain back up. Pink's now maybe on this bot side.
Yeah, both teams now turning their sights to the Mountain Drake. Feels like Baron is out of the question for now. Impunity starting this up almost instantly.
It should just go to them, right? Hollow is still dead, but we'll take a look back at the fight. So if you take a look here, there's just so much poke that comes out from the likes of Pretender. He can just chase him down. Solo kill, he has a good flank. I think maybe if he'd hit the blast cone, could have closed the distance.
Yeah, I think that just that hook from Kaiwing is just too quick. It feels like they needed to wait for Solo kill to get a bit closer, and I feel like Frank were very happy just, you know, gradually, you know, slow chasing and poking while they were, you know, moving along, but yeah, just fighting for a bit more than he can chew.
And I think it's good as well that you bring up the fact that it was just slightly too quick, right? Because it feels like something that's been sort of happening all game long. Kaiwing maybe going a bit too far. Has obviously found some very good hooks, but some not so good ones as well. 2 dragons now for Impunity, and I think having Mountain Drags makes your Zeri a lot tankier. Take a look at the damage. It was Mission who kind of kept Impunity in that fight, put out quite a lot of invisible damage, and say what you want about the Victor in the early game, it is definitely no slouch when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, Mission was short in his comfort zone at this point in the game. 30 minutes. Gold lead is pretty much dead even now. And yeah, like we talked about earlier, it does feel like Impunity are slightly favored at this point. They have definitely the better team comp for team fighting.
Yeah, really, can Pretender find the poke that he needs? It needs to be on members that aren't Atlan for a start, because he can just lifesteal it back up. Even though Sejuani has the Warmogs, honestly, your best bet is probably to try and target Mission. But he's kind of going to be at the back of the fight, so it does feel quite difficult. And a lot of armor picked up as well. There really isn't a strong AP.
Oh, Kaiwing once again finding the hook on the Nature. Does get stunned up in return. Alex expending his ultimate for that. Mission now pops the Chaos Storm. Frank Esports, so they're going to be able to disengage from that quite quickly. Some key cooldowns used there. Eminem, no Feather Storm available now. Impunity, they might try and look for more, but if they play this too slowly, the poke is really going to get the better of them.
Yeah, do need to be careful. Alex has the Warmog, so as long as he's the one tanking it up, it shouldn't really matter. Nice dodge there from Mission. Ooh, spear almost connects as well, and you can kind of see that Impunity, they have the tools to go forward, but they're obviously not guaranteed, and if they miss, the poke coming out from Frank can just kind of kite back and then re-engage. Kind of feels like what happened there. Driver, he's pretty hard contesting this mid-wave. There will be no Impunity carries around, so we'll just have to give that one up.
Yeah, and just like that, Frank, they've cleared out every single ward in the river from the side of Impunity. They have that one remaining one near the blue buff, but other than that, have managed to successfully dissuade the Baron power play for now.
Yeah, so it looks like things will pretty much just go back to normal here, at least for a while. And next Dragon fight is still that sole win condition for Frank, has been for a long time, but just haven't really been able to get on the map. If they can keep Baron at least alive here for long enough, I think they could try and flip a 5v5 around it. You feel like it should be favored to the side of Impunity, though. Now Atlan has the GA even. Is matched by the LDR on the other side, and I think having the LDR is so important here because your solo AP threat really is just the Nidalee, which is you know, one of the worst when it comes to that. And you can kind of see in the front line, Driver and Alex are getting so armored here. It's real hard to take him out.
It's really hard for Frank to find more in this mid-wave, though. This area with Runins as well as the Victor just have so much wave clear available to them. Frank Esports, they haven't been able to take down that mid lane tier 1 just yet. It's really restricting their movements across the map.
Yeah, very nice here by Impunity to keep that up for so long. And Solico, he's got a lot of pressure on the side lane, but nothing's ever really come of it. Hasn't kind of forced down any side towers, and Aurelia roaming mid hasn't been able to force them off the tower.
Oh, Alex moving forwards. Timing finds a hook onto him. Is responded by the charge. Aftershock pop. Dredge line goes out as well. Stunned up. Alan's godlike. He goes. Manages to pick up a kill onto Kaiwing. Eminem as well dropped very low there. Impunity, they're very happy with this. Now turning their sights towards the Baron. All still relatively healthy.
Yeah, they are missing a lot of ultimates, though. It really is just Driver that acts as their turning tool. Although Nature, he's in the bush, maybe looking for something.
Yeah, doing a good job of playing that Pixel Bush, playing that Vision. Now the Baron, around about half HP now, dropped to very low 4k HP. Actually, Nature flashes forward, finds his Zenith Blade. It's going to get taken out, though. Eminem finds a kill for himself. Huge job from Solo Kill into the backline. Alan forced to flash away. Solo Kill doing as much damage as he can. Is going to get stunned up now. GA popped, but 3 members of Frank are here waiting for him. He is going to get picked off ultimately. Solo Kill is still barely alive. Does get taken down by Driver, though, but Frank Esports have managed to turn it around.
They do, and I think with this, should be able to get themselves the Baron as well as the 4th drag. Alexi's maybe staying around to try steal it, but should be forced away. And it's weird how these fights are starting. Feels like both supports just getting a bit too crazy. Are engaging maybe a little bit too early without the follow-up for, and that's a big throw for Impunity. I think they were well in control. As we'll take a look at this. Initial hook from Kaiwing again felt pretty questionable, right? There's no shot that you can ever kill Alex here. He barely takes damage at all. And then it was a lot of damage traded back. Now the Chaos Storm here being used to kill the Nautilus, it's questionable, I think, because Eminem, even though he took a lot of damage, right, he can just heal that all back up, and the Nautilus isn't super impactful. I think here, if Impunity had just committed to finishing the drag, or the Baron, maybe it would have been better, but you can kind of see here, Nature, he goes for the flash engage when none of his carries are even on his screen, pretty much. There's just no follow-up, and really nice ulti from Solo Kill. Instantly takes down Mission and deals with Atlan as well, so it feels like it really is just coming down to, very similar to yesterday, team fight execution, which feels very back and forth for both teams right now.
Yeah, Solo Kill finally getting a chance to, show off his moves in that team fight, and now Frank Esports, the tables have turned. They've picked up a Baron for themselves. Still has recovered their gold lead from earlier in the game. And the Mountain Soul. Yeah,
they have the Mountain Soul, which is pretty important. Now, there is the Void Staff on Mission, but obviously no pen item on Atlan here. They're going to have some trouble getting through these tankier members. Now, there isn't a whole lot of actual resistances completed, but even just having the extra Mountain Shield does feel pretty nice, and will do great wonders for Kaiwing here.
Eminem as well, he's got the GA now as well. Alan did get his popped in the last fight. As well as having his flash on cooldown as well. Eminem has a lot more freedom to play around these team fights. You can tell Impunity are just so scared to walk up. They're going to sacrifice their tier 2 turrets and hopefully try and retain their inhibitors.
Now, I wonder if they can. Do have a fair amount of wave clear, but Frank are obviously very strong at this point, and I'd love to see the goal graph for this game because it feels like it's been so back and forth.
Yeah.
Sieging both lanes. They've got the waves synced up. They're just slowly chipping away. Kind of don't feel bold enough to actually hit the tower, but can just let those cannon creeps chunk at them. Still 45 seconds on the Baron.
Holo has to be really careful here. Sitting in the middle, Alex and Nature both could look on him, but actually stun goes out onto Kaiwing. Driver's got Mega, finds 3. Eminem, though, is completely safe, untouched. He's still got his Bloodthirster shield intact, dishing out so much damage. The Feathers getting pulled back, finds 2. Soliku actually picking up a kill for himself. And Frank Esports, they've managed to pick up 2 kills during the inhibitor defense, and Impunity now looking like they're in a lot of trouble.
I wonder if they can just play for the end. Soliku's going for the base, so you have to think he's going to TP back. Okay, he's TPing the bot. I don't think they can end, but maybe 2 inhibs could be the play. Looks like they're actually maybe backing out. No, they are going to go towards bot lane, and still long death time is here, so you have to feel the second inhib.
Oh, Kaiwing Higgs flashes forward, finds the root and the stun onto Alex. He drops so low, does get evaporated off of the map. Yet another turret destroyed. Impunity, they're on their last legs here. Frank, they're looking to close this one out as quickly as they can. They've got the Mountain Soul. Baron buff has run out now, but Pretender doing so much damage onto Atlan. Half HP now. Mission trying to wave clear as best he can. Nature back up now as well. It does have the Solar Flare available, but this last Nexus turret is about to go down. Kaiwing misses the hook, but it doesn't even matter. Nature is going to go down. Same with Atlan and Pretender now rooted up. Pretender actually dives the fountain for a little bit, but it's going to be the game going over to Frank Esports. Such a back and forth game 1, but they managed to pull it off in the end.
It was very, very messy from both teams, you'd have to say. It kind of felt like throws and counter throws, but Frank, they do come out on top.
They threw less.
They did throw a little less. And I think that, you know, the fact that they got such a huge early game lead and had difficulty closing that out was not what we wanted to see from Frank. But ultimately, look, a dub's a dub. You do take those. But, I mean, man, they had basically an unlosable game. Somehow we're losing it after, and then Impunity, they were so far ahead, but teamfight misexecution comes out, and Frank punished it very, very well.
Yeah, it feels like both teams kind of just defying all odds in more ways than one.
Yeah. And I think this was a game that I don't want to talk about draft too much because I think it was very playable for both teams. But one thing I would like to see changed is have Mission on something that has a bit more pressure early. You can get mages that have pressure early and scale, right? Stuff like Ori, Talia, Syndra. Obviously, the Ori, Talia were banned away, but Syndra was still available. And I feel like the Victor is a little overrated in a way. Like, sure, it scales well into the game, but the problem is by the time it's scaled up, the ADCs already have their lifesteal, right? So it kind of feels like, sure, unless you can really chunk them out, like onto 1 HP, they can't access any waves at all. It feels like they just walk away, lifesteal off a wave, and suddenly you're just missing your ult. And I would maybe want to see Mission blind pick and Driver counter pick, just because it felt like that game Driver did very well, given that he was blind picked on the Gnar. But I think if he was counter picking, probably would have had more impact. So yeah, I mean, it's not like he had a bad game by any means. I just feel like the mid counter was not really that worth it. Like, didn't really get any priority, and yeah, kind of fell pretty far behind in the early game.
Yeah, it kind of just went exactly how you were talking about in Champs League, right? You know, it really only comes online in those later stages of the game, and by then, you know, when you've got all the lifesteal completed, you know, it doesn't matter how much you chunk them out. If you're not killing them, then ultimately they're just gonna be back at full health before the fight starts.
Yeah, it does feel very, very difficult. And who are you thinking for MVP for that game? Because I was thinking Kaiwing, but he simultaneously won them the game and lost them the game like so many times.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I can't give it to Kaiwing. I feel like in those later fights, he did such a good job in the early game, but really just fumbled the ball later on. I might even give it to Pretender.
Yeah, I
feel
was
like
thinking that as well.
Yeah.
I think need to see the damage, but did feel like he was doing a very, very good job. And I mean, your obvious one is just to go for Eminem. Obviously, outputted a lot of damage, but yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of like the Pretender call as well, not just because he's a mid laner. I'd like to see the damage though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like just, you know, landing as much poke as he did, you know, sure, it doesn't feel like much, you know, each individual one, but especially when Impunity were looking for that Baron that one time, Pretender really just saved it. You know, was the saving grace in that fight with those shock blasts just repeatedly hitting its mark one by one. It's really hard for Impunity to deal with.
Yeah, could definitely agree. And looking on to the next game, I actually wouldn't really expect to see any side change because, as we said, like these teams prefer different sides, right? The Frank Esports, they got their blue, they look good in it. Impunity, I think, still mostly got what they wanted out of red side. It's just perhaps not exactly the best. Like, I still think the Victor is, I don't know, it just too greedy almost.
Yeah.
So many of these games are just so decided early on, right? And now this one admittedly was insanely back and forth, but it feels like Frank should have been able to close out with what was a giant early game lead. Wasn't it like 4,500 at 15 minutes or something? It was something ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Frank, they played off the early game so well, but everything that came after that was just a little bit awkward to watch. It feels like they really did have everything they wanted in the early game, but weren't able to properly convert it, and this is where it sort of started going wrong for Frank.
Yeah, this is where the throw all began. They kind of overextended onto mission, and while they got the kill, they gave so many kills back. I believe it was Atlan who picked up a quadra kill, as well as one or two shutdowns. So was so much gold here. They even got the objective bounty Baron straight after.
And they pretty much evened up the gold from there.
It did, yeah. It almost completely closed it up, and we'll see kind of what led to that last fight. It was Kaiwing hooking forward, getting chunked out, but importantly, quite a lot of cooldowns were invested, right? You see the Leona, the Chaos Storm as well.
Wow, it really was every single ultimate pretty much.
Yeah, and then Nature, I'm surprised he felt the need to just go for this, because there just is no one around him. And unfortunately, the Impunity backline weren't particularly healthy. I think that might have been, maybe you just send Nature in to kind of suicide while the rest of you grab Baron and just get out. I think maybe that would be the play. But yeah, ultimately, it was the Baron and the team fight that went the way of Frank. And taking a look at the goal difference, I mean, it was wild. It was, I don't think I've seen one quite like that before. But damage, it was pretty solid across the board from Frank, and Pretender and Eminem certainly put up the kind of the forefront of that.
Yeah, definitely on the big jobs in that game, and I think that especially in that last Baron team fight, really was just testament to how well the poke champions of Frank were playing. Right, not only being able to chunk out the backline, but make Nature feel pressured enough to have to go for that in such a bad situation. I think really was the game changer there.
It was, and again, looking towards game number 2, I honestly don't think either team needs to change a whole lot.
Yeah,
I think
just play better.
Yeah, pretty much. The team fight execution could be a bit better. I do think Impunity have a really big problem of not playing towards their game plan, because if you do have Victor's area, I mean, we saw how good it looked once it got scaled. So why do you feel the need to just coin flip the game over so many early skirmishes? It just feels super unnecessary, and I think it is something that Impunity have kind of struggled with all split long, of sort of lacking direction. But I mean, hopefully we'll get to see the signs of, when Impunity looks good, they look really, really good.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to Frank as well, as we see the Eminem picking up the MVP for that game, 8, 1, and 7 on the Xayah. 32% damage percentage as well. That is some big numbers.
It's big numbers. I think it's very common, though, from ADCs at the moment. It just feels like they're both invincible.
They're the main characters.
And then they do so much damage, especially with how accelerated Eminem got after the early game. Would have been criminal if he didn't put up some big damage numbers.
Got Eminem tattooed on his arm.
Oh,
I've never
I didn't even see that. Yeah.
What the heck?
It's pretty goated.
Yeah. Maybe that's the secret ADC buff. You think I'll be as good as him at Xayah if I get a Mel tattooed on my arm? Will that make me
Only
worse?
one way to find out.
Oh man, but yeah, I mean, all props to Frank Esports though. We did talk about Impunity making a lot of mistakes in that early game and getting too greedy, but Frank did a really good job on capitalizing on those, those missteps and those overpositioning mistakes from the side of Impunity. And as long as they keep doing that with the a similar game plan, I feel like they're going to have a lot of success in the series.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, especially because if you can manage to succeed in such a back and forth game, be the ones that just execute those team fights slightly better. It feels so important especially when the series ends up going the distance and people honestly in game 5 aren't playing as well as they were at the start of the series. Just being able to consistently win those team fights is so, so important. But that's it for game number 1. Catch us after a small break for game number 2.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方。我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床。房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及 4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Don't you wanna be like me? I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop in. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. crazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life? When I was always down on the pavement, I was out waiting in my station. You to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know, baby, are you down?
Hello everyone and welcome back to this playoff series here between Frank and Impunity. Currently it is Frank to lead the series 1-0. Of course this is brought to you guys by Riot Games Carry Live and sponsored by iHotel. So what are you expecting here for game number 2? Because I think game 1 it was very messy from both sides. I think that maybe a little cleaner from Frank. I mean, obviously, given that they won, but also just they have found themselves such a massive lead early. And I actually think I cursed them because just before that, I said how Frank was probably the cleanest team at closing out their leads. Look, they had some trouble, but we're willing to give them a pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Frank do still have a lot to be happy about from that game, whereas Impunity, just like, they suffered so much in the early game for no reason. I feel like they really just need to clean up their gameplay first and foremost. Like, in terms of draft, I think both teams were, pretty comfortable with what they ended up with.
Yeah, definitely were win condition for both sides, but Impunity, they do actually swap over to the blue side.
Spicing things up.
Yeah, so haven't had as much success on the blue side, but blue side definitely does look stronger at the moment in the playoffs, I think, particularly with the flexibility it allows you to have in your first 3 bans, as well as kind of the priority on jungle pick if you want it, makes it quite nice, but maybe you do then have to worry about playing into something like Solo Kill's red side counter pick, which could always be an issue. Although, to be fair to Driver, made the Nara Aurelia matchup look pretty decent. It is Aurelia actually banned away in the first 3, though.
Interesting spec ban coming out from Impunity. And yeah, I do have to agree. I think Driver did look very comfortable pretty much in all stages of that game, to be honest. Just having such a solid impact all across the board, like we've seen so many times from before in these playoffs games. So maybe, giving over that last pick isn't too much of a big deal for him.
Might not be, as Frank, they're banning Vi on both sides currently, it looks like. They're banning the Orianna as well. I believe their third ban was Jax previously, but it was on the blue side, so I'm not sure if they'll go for it again. And Impunity, what's your last ban here? To see, nothing really screams out. Maybe the Xayah?
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, they missed the ban.
Oh no, dude, you hate to see that.
You do. Okay,
that's really rough.
Definitely a spanner in the works. There's potential that gets communicated to the other team as a ban. It's happened before. We'll have to see what will be the answering ban though from the side of Frank Esports. Again, the Jax was what they banned previously. Maybe not as good to ban it here on the red side though. Okay, they do just go for those same 3. First picks. Ooh, will they go for the Jace? Impunity also a team that has flexed this, and they do lock it in. Okay, now what do you answer? I mean, something like the Wukong, I think, does well at punishing the Jace. Can obviously grab an ADC of choice as well. Again, the Xayah Khan can't be taken 2-3 here for the side of Frank, although it could be taken 1-2.
Oh, yeah, it could be pretty big for Frank. I don't think we've seen as much Rakan from Kaibing, so I definitely would be keen to see more of that. Xayah is going to be locked in first and foremost. Lots of options though for the support pick. I think definitely not restricted to just Rakan.
Yeah, maybe you just take Xayah Wukong or Xayah, support, and then alternatively you can take a. Oh yeah, I actually like the Gragas here as like an answering flex into the Jace, because I think it's a fine matchup, especially now with how much extra sustained you can get with the Catalyst. And Gragas, I feel like, has kind of fallen off in priority a little bit in the playoffs, but I don't really think it's because the champion has been any weaker, just kind of a state of what the teams have been prioritizing, as Zeri is now picked up for Atlan once again. Did have a great game on it, game number 1, so no shame in running it back. And picking up the Maokai here does give you that AP jungler with the Jace, and also I think it denies it away from Hollow. Although he has the Gragas as an AP jungler if he still wants it.
Is going to be locked in for the side of Impunity. Yeah, like you mentioned, Alan definitely very, very comfortable on the Zeri, as we've seen before in previous matches, so definitely not too out of place there. I wonder what Frank are going to lock in here, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You
Probably
could just
support.
lock in support, which feels like, yeah, support into 2 bans is probably the best. Okay, so now you can do, you know, maybe just ban away Rakan Leona. And then I guess you force the Lulu, but if you have enough threat for it, shouldn't be too much of an issue. I mean, we'll see what they end up going for. There are a few options available with the Zeri, obviously, and you can't ban them all out, but you do kind of get to choose what you don't want to verse.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like personally, if I'm the one playing Nautilus, I'd want to ban probably the Lulu. Okay, I promise I was going to say that before it came up, but also the Leona as well, because I think the Nautilus into Rakan matchup
it's
is
a good
definitely
matchup, yeah.
yeah, very easy to play out, and especially paired with the Xayah, I think just has so much lane pressure that, you know, being able to play through that bot lane is going to be a big point of concern for the side of Impunity.
Impunity ban away the Kennen from solo kill. Kennen obviously has had a lot of priority here in the playoffs, and I think while Jace probably does pretty solid up against the Kennen, it potentially punishes a Gnar blind pick if they do go for that.
I still wonder what their third ban was from Impunity. We haven't had anything communicated to us, so I have to assume they just straight up missed it. It's really not where you want to be when you're, you know, opting for blue side as well and missing out on that last ban.
Yeah.
Frankie Spots banning the Gnar last.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they ban away the Gnar, I think, with the Kennen gone as
Yeah.
well as the Aurelia. So there are fewer options left available into that. Even the Jax is gone, which is something that we've kind of seen traded, you know, a Gnar for a Jax. But now, last ban here from Impunity, maybe banning away something like the Malphite or some damage like Talia or Syndra. Okay, so they ban away the Gwen. Maybe looking for a Sion blind pick here in the top lane?
Could be. See what Frank end up opting for here in response is going to be the Sejuani Harvest, so potentially leaning towards that Gragas going into the Jace.
Yeah,
wherever
would
that
keep
ends
that
up.
mid-top flex alive. And we just got confirmation they did just straight up miss the ban, which is very unfortunate,
Yeah,
right?
that sucks.
It feels like, you know, even just banning away something like the Gragas would make your draft a whole lot easier. But now, 4-5 from Impunity. I'm expecting Rakan Sion probably to be picked up. Like you said, the other... Although, Leona is still available. I guess it could be Leona Sion. I think the Gwen ban definitely tells us it's some sort of tank you'd have to feel like. Is the Rakan locked in?
Yeah. Nature does seem... Well, I was about to say he seems comfortable on it, but I'm not too comfortable watching him play it.
Now, I mean, do they just go for it? I'm not sure what solo kill would play into it. Maybe in the past would have played the likes of the Gangplank. Ooh. Yeah, it could go towards the Cassante. We have seen this with a Gwen ban before as well. I feel like Cassante's kind of fallen off in priority a lot, though, especially when you don't have the Sejuani on your team. I'm not sure how I feel about it, to be honest. Now, last pick from the side of Frank, solo kill, as quoted, does not want to play tanks anymore. But what carry could he play into this? I mean, there is some crazy split pusher. I was about to say Fiora, but I mean, it's good for the matchup, right? But
Yeah.
oh, or maybe the Gragas just goes top and they lock a Kali.
I want to see the Fiora.
What are they going to go for? It looks like it will be that Fiora locked in. So solo kill, he does not want to play any tank versus tank matchup here in top lane, which means it will be the Gragas going mid. And some very interesting team compositions coming out here. I think a lot of it will, once again, kind of rest on that top lane. How well can Driver minimize this counter pick? Because Cassante versus Fiora, I can't believe... yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen it. I think we might have seen it once. Can't quite remember how it went.
I feel like Fiora should, you know, end up...
Yeah, eventually. I feel like it takes a
I was
while.
about to say a bad word. Yeah, I mean, I do think, you know, in the early stages of the game, definitely Cassante can go toe-to-toe with the Fiora, but you know, that Sejuani as well paired with it. It's going to be pretty scary. Yeah,
it's a pretty strong topside 3v3 from the side of Frank Esports there, but is certainly mashed on the other side, did get their Jace. I'm real curious again about that ADC matchup because we kind of saw last time the Xayah finding so much acceleration so early and probably had no right getting that, to be honest. And we'll have to see if Frank can accelerate things as much as they did in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back on the last game, we did point out a lot of issues with that Victor being picked up or opted for from the side of Impunity, so it is good to see them sort of shoring that up and going for the chase instead for mission. Do you think that increases their odds of winning this game?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Look, there's a bit of this, bit of that, as they say. As we'll take a look at the comps. I mean, I think there's definitely a pretty strong split push win condition for Frank. You have a lot of wave clear with the Xayah and the Gragas that even if the side of Impunity tries to force something, you can just ult waves, clear waves, make it really difficult for them to actually do something. So Impunity, they're going to try like force 5v5s, probably need dragons early, whereas the side of Frank probably more going to prefer that 4-1.
Yeah, it does feel like Frank, they are playing towards that Fiora win com, and they do have a lot of disengage tools available for when Impunity wants to try and shut the Fiora down. Especially, having that Nautilus into the Rakan to try and dissuade any engage from the quickness Grand Entrance combo. To see if Impunity can find some, some creative flanks, especially with, even like with Maokai, or Alex on the Maokai, can create a lot of zone control with that. Force Frank into a tough position later on, but who do you think wins out in the early game?
Ooh, I want to say maybe I think skirmishes go the way of Frank, like especially on their top side. It looks really, really strong, but you would kind of think that Impunity's lane, especially mid and top, do have some pressure early. Although, it kind of depends, I guess, maybe if Fiora leeches or not. Looks like she won't. Fiora doesn't really like to leech, likes to start in the lane and kind of get stuff going early. Maybe bot lane goes the way of Frank, though. They got this Nautilus versus Rakan. They are starting in lane.
Yeah.
There's points of pressure, I think, all across the map for both teams.
I think it makes sense for Atlan and Nature to leash, because realistically, I don't think they're going to be able to get prior on the spot lane anyway. Side Nautilus, even at level 1, is just so scary. And Eminem and Kaiwing really already trying to push Impunity away from the minions.
Oh, hook comes out.
Come out with the hook. Bone plating gets popped with the side of Nature. Eminem dishing out a little bit of damage. Atlan responding with some of his own, but Frank, I'd say, coming out a little bit on top and continuing to assert their dominance, especially with that Guardian being down now as well, makes Impunity a lot more susceptible to future hooks.
And take a look at top lane. Driver is chunked out very significantly here by solo kill. It's a shame that Sejuani will not be on that side of the map. There won't be any punish, but definitely good signs here in that early game. You kind of do expect Fiora to bully the 1v1, but normally can't really get anything done with it until she gets a couple items. Is just going to be kind of pressure in the side, having priority, maybe a CS lead. The big wave crashing. And I think Driver should be able to grab most of this. Obviously, Fiora won't be tower diving just yet. I think diving Cassandra in general is very, very tough. And take a look at mid, though. His mission, he's building himself up a reasonable lead. Oh, does he get all of them?
Cannon.
He gets them all. But he does miss the cannon.
Unfortunate. Doesn't quite pick that one up with his auto. Oh, dude. 18 to 17 CS. That's rough. I think it's a dub for Impunity.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Now, Mission is a little scared, I think, of Jungle Gangs. He was kind of respecting on that window, waiting for Alex to enter the top side, but hasn't dropped himself a ward and might face check Hollow here.
Hollow's here. Mission is in trouble. Probably going to be forced to flash here. Hollow drops the stun. Mission actually holding onto his flash very wisely, seeing that Pretender is low on mana.
They did have his jungler in the wings there, and they will get confirmation on Hollow. Now moving back towards that bot river, so most likely will just be those scuttles traded once again. As everything remains relatively even across the rift, despite health bars getting low, CS is about the same.
Eminem and Kaiwing wisely allowing this wave to push back into them, forcing Impunity into a tough situation. Alex rather is on his way to try and make sure that his bot lane are able to crash this wave.
Okay, so Pretender, he does base very early. He grabs the tier, also has himself the refillable. Most likely will be going the tier Catalyst build then, which we've kind of seen a few times, but some of the Gragas have opted for more early game. Ooh, hook goes into outer space.
Yeah, it went into the game 3. That was definitely very wide, but regardless, the pressure was exerted.
It was, and I hope we get a look at mid lane here, because it looks like Pretender has been able to freeze this wave, and Mission's going to have to TP back and maybe be a little bit vulnerable. Grabs himself some magic resist very early. It is that kind of double AP mid jungle that comes out from the side of Frank, and Alex probably has to go mid here and play for some sort of counter gank. He's just going to come around, set up a lot of vision, allow Mission to just make sure these waves do get crashed. As Hollow, it's going to sweep out the top side. Again, feels very, very difficult to dive Driver, but does just get confirmation, allows Solo Kill to continue to push on that top side for free. Maybe now looking to cross mid. Feels like they can't grab a kill, but maybe a flash could be burned.
Yeah, Pretender's looking for it, but Alex is in the area, able to prevent that engage from coming out from the side of Frank Esports. Both mid laners just trading out a bit of damage.
Yeah, so all things considered, game remains very, very even. Top laners now will go for their recalls. It is Sheen picked up by both sides. Definitely going to be a lot of heavy trading up there. And one thing I really want to look forward to this game is who ends up grabbing that first Herald, because it feels like when you have lanes like Fiora, when you have lanes like Jace, they can pressure plates, they can pressure towers, and they do very, very well with the gold. So if you can grab it, could accelerate the game a bit more than normal, you'd have to feel.
Definitely going to be looking towards that. Only in 2 minutes now. To assume that the supports are slowly going to start planning out their routes and their waves.
Ooh, trade coming out. Driver does have many more creeps on his side, so should be winning the trade at least for now. This is going to crash, and if Solokill can grab these, should find himself at a slight CS lead here. Does get the cannon, most importantly. And Dragon is still available, although there's a ping onto, I think, from Hollow. He wants to start it up. I think they currently have that bot priority. Do need to be careful, though. Obviously, if they take too many fights early, wouldn't really be playing towards what their Fiora wants. On the other hand, if you can pick up a Dragon for free early, it means that you buy more time for that Fiora to scale on the top side, and you can kind of give up one of these 5v5 Dragons if you need to.
Yeah, especially the timing of this as well, right? Still over a minute before the Rift Herald spawns, which means they have plenty of time to get their resets off and still look to contest the Rift Herald if they want to.
So that is the first drag. That goes the way of Frank, but Alex is going to be able to take away a red buff, and with his current control over topside, might want to look towards that Herald when it spawns. He's just going to grab that there, and looks like he'll blast Cone back to his own side. Have to see where Kaiwing pass out of base here. He's walking towards mid currently, which gives him a lot of options. Solokill has been getting kind of traded on heavily here. Does have Hollow behind him, though. Kaiwing is now pathing towards that top side, so it looks like he's going to go for some sort of play around mid or top. Oh, I don't believe... Or he might have been spotted out there.
I think just barely before Kaiwing was able to get into the bush. Mission does spot him out, and now Impunity have a lot more information to work with. Nature's opted to stay in his lane. Kaiwing looks like he's going to be making that long walk back to bot lane.
Yeah, we'll just go back down, and Eminem, to his credit, hasn't really fallen behind any off that roam. Is still even in CS and has a wave to catch. Trade comes out mid.
Nice job from Pretender interrupting that slam from Jace.
The Herald actually hasn't been looked at by anyone currently. Impunity do have a lot of wards up there, and maybe looking to take away another buff is Alex. Currently does have the bot priority. They're going to try make sure this goes, but will Frank? No, they're not going to get here in time, so another buff taken away. Definitely nice for Alex.
Yeah, he's getting revenge from last game after he got so many blue buffs taken away from him. Definitely is going to be a good look for Impunity in this early game. Alex just wreaking havoc across the map. Not so much in the lanes, but really just, building up a slow CS lead for himself.
I wonder now, does he look to start up that Herald?
Oh, wait, but lots of action on the bot side. Actually, first blood going the way of Eminem. Might actually find 2 here, flashes forward. One more auto does seal the deal for him. Ignite traded out from Nature for some reason, but double kill there for Eminem. Once again, getting accelerated nice and early on and on the Xayah.
I'm not sure how that happened, but
oh, look at the wave as well.
It's so important. Yeah, even if the Herald gets taken away, you get such a good trade on the bot side. That's just an amazing pickup for Eminem, who gets the Ghost out of Atlan, as well as 2 kills and a bunch of plates bot. And now,
I really want to see how that went down.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. It must have just been a hook onto the Rakan or something. Gale Force completed for Eminem.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be very far ahead. We'll get the source on how it went down here.
Ooh, Kaiwing has 6 here.
Yeah,
Nature
okay.
isn't... Yeah.
I guess they were just slightly 6 advantage.
wow.
Hook does
Come
connect onto Atlan. And he's just pretty much killed inside the CC. Nice preemptive flash there from Eminem with the Ghost as well. Can chase down. Also, nice juggling on the aggro. Kaiwing holds it up for a long, long time. Really well played there inside of Frank. Although maybe Atlan shouldn't be getting hooked.
He has flash up as well. Like, I'm not too sure why he didn't choose to use it there. That was so telegraphed as well. Kaiwing literally just taking 3 seconds to walk up and find the angle for the hook. No response from the side of Impunity, and now Frank Esports almost 1k gold ahead. Gale Force completed, like you mentioned, for Eminem on the Xayah as well. Lots of things going right once again for Frank Esports in the early game.
Yeah, definitely have gotten exactly what they wanted. And now, where will this Herald end up going? Because that kind of feels like it closes off bot as a heraldable option. Really? Maybe it's just mid? Alternatively, could put it top, but it kind of feels like it just delays the inevitable up there. I mean, we'll have to see. Currently, Alex is in the bot side. Maybe another
hook actually connects, finds the root as well. Not going to be too much out coming out of that, but a little bit of damage traded over onto Atlan. Now Kaiwing might actually be in trouble here. Alex is walking in. He does have Nature's Grasp available, but choosing not to use it for now. Hollow now in the area in response. He's only level 6 to Alex's level 8, though.
Yeah, Alex has just been getting so many extra camps here. Took away both of those second buffs, but couldn't force to play on bot. Kaiwing, he grabs another one.
Again, another hook. He's just hooking for poke at this point. Oh, Pretending though, looking at onto mission. Oh, so many trades going on across the map. Driver looking onto Solo Kill. He's popped the ultimate. Has gone all out, but Solo Kill finds 2 vitals. Almost doesn't manage to find the third one. Now 1 hit away from death. Driver, can he find this third Q to seal the deal? Not quite. Solo Kill gonna live to see another day, and Driver trying his best to, claim some sort of advantage for Impunity, but just not quite enough.
No, not quite. And that was so close there. I think really abusing the fact that he has that mythic advantage. But now we'll be forced to reset. And Mafia still doesn't have the mythic, has a lot more items. All in. Looks like they're just going to lose another plate in the 2v2. And you have to say, so far the series feels like Impunity's bot lane are just getting outlaned on the side of Frank.
Yeah, Eminem and Kaiwing really working wonders for Frank. Generating these leads by themselves. Oh, man. Now the Cloud Drake is up for the taking. Both teams, though, not really looking towards it for now.
Yeah, we'll just be going for that reset as we'll get a replay of whatever happened top lane. The Driver, he is same level, but it has himself a pretty sizable health advantage. Also has that mythic completed, so is very strong. And I guess just if Solo Kill commits the dash.
Wow. That was a weird hitbox, but
yeah, definitely probably took him a bit further than Solo Kill was expecting, but a nice parry and also crucially dodged out every Q3 here. Oh, got very low there off the back
tense.
end. Yeah, he was really getting amongst it there. But does manage to get out, and looks like second drag goes the way of Frank, especially given how snowballed their bot lane is already. Feels like Impunity once again can't contest and kind of find themselves in a very similar place to the previous game where your lanes...
Alex, he's just channeling the Redfield right in front of 3 members of Frank Esports. I'm not too sure what he was thinking there, but it does spell death for him. Hollow picking up a nice freebie for himself.
Yeah, that was...
Maybe it was close to expiring or something, but even then, like... Come on, man.
I guess he didn't
that's
have
not even worth it.
I guess he didn't have a lot of vision over the wall. Probably just wasn't expecting Kaiwing to be there as well. But even with the Gragasol, you kind of feel like you might have to flash straight after. But that's a big waste to the Herald, and that was really the one thing that Impunity had going for them in this early game. It was a Herald, and unfortunately just isn't used that well. Top lane still looking very dicey, but Hollow's up here. Driver.
Yeah, Driver goes all out once again, taking Silico into the back wall of top lane, but now tables have turned. He's on the run. Hollow is able to find this done very shortly, and Solo Kill, he's popped the ultimate as well. Does find some vitals for himself, and is going to be picking up a kill for himself on the Fiora too. Everyone just sharing the love. So much gold.
Really was. I think nice attempt by Driver there. Almost managed to pick up both of them in the 1v2, but unfortunately it is just Solo Kill who grabs and will probably have his mythic off that as well. And things going from bad to worse here in the early game from Impunity. They look a little lost, honestly. Kind of just doesn't look like anything cohesive is really happening, right? Like they have priority mid, they have a jungler who's wanting to invade, but doesn't really lead to anything more than a couple buffs taken away from the Sejuani, who ultimately doesn't care too much.
Yeah, Hollow really just making use of the opportunities presented to him by the laners who are just doing so well by themselves. Even Pretender in the mid lane just doing a great job of neutralizing Jace, just having a good time, drinking booze where he shouldn't be.
Rod of Ages now completed here for Pretender. It's pretty late, but honestly doesn't really matter. He doesn't need to be the star of this show, as Alan needs to be a little careful. He has nature around, but should be safe to pick up this wave. But look at the ADC item deficit. Feels so tough. And I think that, at least for Impunity this time, they can probably contest the third dragon a little easier than before. Before it really needed to make sure they hit their 2 item spikes. I think this time, while 2 items would definitely be nice, it's not as much a requirement as it was previously.
Ooh, Alan getting a good amount of damage onto Kaiwing.
It was nice damage traded back there, and Hook almost connects onto Atlan. I'll be interested to see whether or not Frank decide to bring Solo Kill down for this next drag, or if they're just going to commit to him trading even more in the side lane. I think just giving up a drag and having Solo Kill continue to push is probably the safer play, but you're so far ahead that you could probably just get everything you want, grab the third dragon, really put this game on a timer for the side of Impunity, who you kind of feel like they should be the ones stacking the dragons up against the Fiora.
Really looking rough for Impunity right now. Imtech Drake spawning in 1 minute 40 as Frank Esports looking to take down the first turret of the game. Even more gold going the way of Eminem. He might actually be able to hit, oh my, 7.3k gold.
Yeah, he's up almost 2,000 gold here in what was almost exclusively a 2v2. It's an insane lead for them, and definitely looking like Zaya is just too strong. Or maybe it's just Eminem is too strong, we're not too sure. Obviously, it's off the back of Kaiwing as well. Impunity do manage to pick up that second Herald and could drop it top here, would be back to them, and they need all the gold they can get if they want to contest this third drag.
Whereas for the side of Frank, it feels like they're almost at a point where they can just sit back and watch the show. Honestly, 2k gold ahead, really, still a sizable advantage, especially when you consider that most of that is on Eminem himself. He's almost got the Bloodthirster completed as well. I wonder if he'll be able to get that before the dragon spawns.
Well, Mission, though, I think might be... Oh my god,
what was
the JC.
that? Actually, Solo Kill getting knocked back so far. Mission dodging out that ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Solo Kill picks up that kill for himself. I respect that emote. That's a good one.
JC seemed more like Gragasol there, the way it played out, but got Solo Kill off him. Unfortunately, has the Ghost and does manage to chase him down. With Mission dead, he will be alive to TP to the drag, but that should mean that Frank have much better pressure around it, and so accelerated already. Look at a replay of what happened. So it was Solo Kill who was just in the bush, and Pretender here as well. There really is just no way out.
That looks so silly.
Nice dodge there on the Gragasol, but unfortunately it was just no way out.
Yeah, now the dragon very close to spawning. Neither team really has control of the river just yet, but Solo Kill is just walking straight into lane. He's got the Sunray completed. Driver has the Bramble Vest, as well as the Iceborne in response, so still, I think, relatively even in that 1v1. Maybe a slight edge to Solo Kill.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill probably wins out eventually, but it does take a... Oh, Hook comes out.
Kaiwing just goes straight for the hook, forcing out Nature's Grasp from Alex. And now, Kaiwing getting looked on himself. Depth Charge finds Atlan, dissuading any further DPS from him. Kaiwing actually finds the hook straight onto Mission from the TP. Is going to get taken out in the nick of time, and now Eminem pops a Feather Storm. Nature doesn't really find much with his quickness, and that's another key ultimate expended. Impunity, they don't really have many options now if they're looking for a fight. And Frank Esports, they have a lot of space to play around with here.
Eminem's low though and is forced to reset. They can drop the Herald here, and I think if you're Impunity, you kind of have to make something happen sooner rather than later, because Mission this time is dead without TP. Won't be able to return to this fight. Maybe they can look to pick up this tier 1, but have to be careful. Cooldowns are missing. Now, it doesn't even look like they can get that. Yeah. And it feels like with Mission dead, this should even be the drag going the way of Frank, although Impunity are currently the ones in the river, so this takes Frank some time. Time that Mission can use to get back here, but no, recall comes in from Atlan, and this will be the third drag going the way of Frank.
Yeah, Impunity forced to back off. The Maokai saplings just aren't enough for them to retain control in the river. And it is going to be sole point for Frank Esports, with a 3k gold lead now as well. Before 20 minutes, Impunity rapidly running out of ways back into this game.
Does feel like that, and I think crucially, Zaya going for the BT second instead of the Navori is obviously a lower DPS option, but up against the Jace, feels like Zaya's now almost unkillable. There just isn't really enough damage. If you think of the likes of, Cassante and the Maokai really are just, maybe Cassante can get through, but with the BT, it makes it so hard. And I think really nice itemization there from Eminem. Knows that if they don't throw kind of like they did in the early stages of game 1, feels like it should just be their game to close out.
Yeah, Frank definitely in a very comfortable position now. Baron is alive and ripe for the taking. Impunity, they have to make sure that they don't give this one over too early, but Frank, once again, looking to pick up the pace and force Impunity into an unwinnable situation.
And mid tower is going to get sieged up. There is no Herald, but Frank, they have more members here. Drivers in the top lane. They need to be careful under this tower. Nature's Grasp just to...
TP coming out as well. Quickness pop from Nature, but he isn't able to get close enough to find anyone. Does choose to go for Kaiwing. Does get knocked back by Driver as well, but I don't think there's enough damage there. There's just no DPS available. Now, Frankie's what's responding with a TP of their own. Solo kill getting right into the thick of it. Driver taken down. Now Nature's the target. Stun doesn't quite connect from Hollow. And now Pretender Body Slam comes out onto Alex, forced to flash away. Impunity, they look for a play, they look for the TP, but Frank, they just turn around with one of their own.
They do, and things rapidly spinning out of control here for Impunity. That was TP invested from Driver, who was, very important that he stays ahead in the side. Otherwise, Solo Kill just going to take more and more from him. Now, down 7 kills, down 3 drags, and losing so much of the jungle CS as well. We're talking about how game 1 could have been a perfect game. Ultimately didn't end up being, but game 2 could be too.
Yeah, Frank really looking to redeem themselves in this game too. And honestly, to great success so far, they haven't really had any big slip-ups. And once again, Impunity, they're just not able to have quite enough coordination to pull that one off. It feels like there were potentially some opportunities there, but we saw Nature go in, miles ahead of his team, and there was just not enough damage to follow up.
No, definitely wasn't as... I think this looks more like the Frank we kind of know and love, but on the side of Impunity, does not look like the team that took PSG all the way to 5 games. Definitely going to have to try and find some of what made them strong before. Nature, it's going to get forced out of this top side. And on the side of Frank, you could maybe just look to start up this Baron. Currently you have so much control. Do you really need to, though? Probably not. You have a pretty sizable lead, and Solo Kill will slowly chip away at that side lane.
And it's just bouncing around on the blast cones in the jungle, really just making sure Impunity are too scared to walk in. And Frank, they're trying to maintain a line of vision here, not allow Impunity to have any information on what they're up to. Saplings will provide, some brief moments where they can try and understand what's going on, but other than that, definitely very much on the back foot. Frank, they could start up this Baron at any point.
Yeah, that was the last blue trinket just used, and I think Eminem could even just duo this with someone, either Hollow or Kaiwing, and they'd probably get it. Looks like they are just going to play it safe. They know that this 4th dragon is in just a couple minutes, and feels like there should be no way into this fight for the side of Impunity. Recalls will come in. I wonder, I don't think Eminem has a Navori, but maybe halfway there. Could even grab himself a stopwatch if he felt like it all comes down to this fight.
Yeah. Solo Kill as well. He has finished his Hydra too. We talked about how he seemed like the main centerpiece for Frank in winning this game, and while that doesn't seem like it might be the case this game, definitely always nice to have that Fiora insurance in your back pocket in case things get rough, kind of like they did last game.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, although
Kaiwing finds the hook onto Atlan, is going to follow that with the depth shot. Atlan forcing the flash out, dashing over the wall to safety, but another big summoner spell is going to be offline for the side of Impunity, and now Frank, they can do so much more.
Yeah, rough there, I think. Having no flash in Zeri makes her a lot more vulnerable. Pings are on this mid wave. I think Impunity know they have to try and get control of this before the dragon, otherwise are going to have such a hard time getting in here. Even with the control, might struggle to hold it as Solo Kill. He has a lot of priority over that bot side. Frank, they're maybe looking for something. Kaiwing has pretty much been using this hook on cooldown. You have to respect that.
Oh, Nature might get locked on here. Isn't able to find the dash away, but Alex now the target rooted up. Is going to get stunned down as well. Eminem dishing out so much damage. Alan pops a lightning crash. Nature popping his quickness off his own. Does flash out with just a little sliver of HP remaining. But now Solo Kill is here, trying to clean up on the backside of this fight. Finds the vitals onto Driver. Dodges out that 3rd Q crucially. Could have spelled death for him. Meanwhile, Pretender finds the Solo Kill on the mission, but Frank, they're re-engaging on this. Alan's dishing out quite a lot of damage, but it's just not enough from the rest of his team to be able to find anything for Impunity.
No, and I think Impunity, they're just completely out of the game. I don't really see a way back in now with the Dragon Soul given away and at a sizable gold deficit. It kind of feels like they've run out of options.
Oh, Chemtech Soul as well.
And it feels so difficult for Impunity to come back, especially now that the flashes have been burned. We'll take a look, I guess at the topside fight. Now, I guess Gragas just has too much staying power at this point. Oh, was the flash trade that came out, but Slow comes in and Mission unfortunately just doesn't really deal enough damage. Maybe could have kited away with the phase rush. Was he running the whole time?
Doesn't even find this explosive cast just as Mission turns around and Pretender. Wow, that shield is huge. Really just plays this one out to perfection. Gets that body slam as well. Just to okay, that one was a bit unnecessary, but isn't gonna have the stopwatch for his next fight, but is building towards the Zhonya's gradually as well, and he's here to babysit Silico as well in the side lane to make sure Driver can't find anything to try and defend this turret. Finds the third Q actually. Silico dropped pretty low there. It is the Chemtech slow comfort zone though, and Driver as well forced to run away. Alex is here available to support, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, putting two members in the side lane like this definitely isn't very common, but I think here kind of allows your Fiora to take some of those tier 2s just a little bit earlier. And Gragas doesn't really need to be in that top lane either. Doesn't value the farm as highly as some of the other carries. Can just give it over to the Sedge, and obviously has done a pretty good job with keeping himself farmed up in this game. Is now probably going towards either the Zhonya's or the Cosmic, both of which are going to make him even more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, usually, you know, your well, Frank is just starting up the Baron. I'm going to hold that thought. Blue Trinket get spotted out by the Blue Trinket. Alex is trying to make that hero's entrance to try and look for the steal, but he's in the middle of 4 now. Frankie Sports looking for the turnaround. Eminem actually might be in danger. Gale forces forward, straight into the waiting arms of Driver. Pops a Featherstorm as well. Quickness finds 2. Lots going on here. It's going to be Eminem actually taken out. Driver finds a kill for himself, but Alex, though, not going to suffer. Not going to be quite as lucky. It's going to go down. Now Alan on the run. Doesn't have the flash available like we talked about earlier. Stun as he tries to get across the wall, and solo kill likely going to pick this one up. Actually, that was going to be Pretender with that Comet. He's on a rampage, and now Driver, where is he? He's gone back to base.
Yeah, and I think that should now be the Baron, and most likely the game going the way of Frank Esports. It was a nice attempt there from Impunity. You kind of feel like they have to do something like that. There really just isn't a way back into this game. Importantly, the perfect game is stopped there by Driver.
Sure.
They managed to kill Eminem, but they're really just too far behind to win fights at this point. I think, you know, you have to invest everything into killing this Xayah, who is just so tanky, and there is still so much damage that comes out after that, right? The Gragas and Fiora definitely like those longer team fights. We're going to replay of it here, and once they noticed that the Baron was going down, Alex actually got blast coned in. Was a nice engage from him, perhaps. Tried to go for it, actually bought himself a lot of time. You can see here the Jace poke, it's completely tanked up. And Driver, he's the only one who can really deal with Eminem. Found himself in a pretty rough spot.
Ooh, actually though.
Yeah, the flash feather thing came through.
Blade Caller.
Blade Caller, I remember the name. Feather thing. But,
Feather thing.
Yeah. It was just, unfortunately, Eminem goes down, but the rest of Frank are too strong. And Alan, he tried to get out, was just stunned up. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I mean, Eminem actually played that fight, you know, a little bit poorly. Gale forcing straight into the Driver, but yeah, and forces him to pop the Featherstorm super early, but he just salvages it just with raw damage, really, finding that Blade Caller onto 2 with so many feathers at his disposal. And now Frank Esports with the Baron buff and the Chemtech Cell in their back pocket, looking to try and close this game out.
Now, credit to Atlan, actually put out a lot of damage in that team fight. Kind of just went under the radar because, honestly, no one was really dying, unfortunately, but is doing his best despite being down 10,000 gold here. Driver, he's trying to find some sort of engage.
Yeah, tries to protect that hook from Kaiwing, but doesn't quite find its mark. Frank actually having a bit of trouble getting damage onto these Imp turrets, but feels like they're not really going to rush either.
No, I'm just going to try and stall out for now as Impunity. 2 minutes on the Elder Dragon, though, which means they don't have much longer before they're going to be forced out of this base. Both towers are being chipped away, though, and feels like with a minute still on Baron, most likely the base will get broken. And how long can Impunity stand up to the side of Frank afterwards? Feels like not very long.
Yeah, Impunity even struggling to retain that little area outside of their base walls. Driver really just trying to muscle them off. Kaiwing actually is going to get caught and popped back with the all-out, but he's just full HP. There's no chance here for the side of Impunity. Frank doing so much damage. Eminem pretty much untouched in this fight. Alex gets stunned up. Body slam finds 2. Double kill now for Eminem. Moving forwards with the Feather Storm. Now Alan, the only surviving member for Impunity. Solo kill isn't quite going to be able to pick that one up. Eminem, though, finds it in the fountain. Quadra kill picked up for Eminem. And this is just going to be the game for Frank Esports.
Now, unfortunately, it was a bit of a shellacking here in game number 2. 30 minutes in, 18-1 is the score.
Man.
No towers, no dragons for the side of Impunity. And that's rough, right? Now, we have seen every series so far go to game 5 between these PCS teams. So I'm hopeful that Impunity can bring it back. But, man, Frank, they looked a lot better in that game, for sure.
Yeah, they didn't have really any missteps. The only one, if you're really nitpicking, is just Eminem playing around that Baron. But at that point, they were just so far ahead, it didn't even matter.
Yeah, pretty much. And that last fight especially did just feel like Frank kind of slapping them with their wallets almost, which is so far ahead. And nice little dance there out of Pretender. Don't often see the dances other than from Driver, but speaking of Driver, I think I'd like to see Impunity go back to the red side and just give Driver a good matchup, because it feels like Driver's been doing what he can in what is some pretty difficult matchups, while the rest of his team kind of falls apart around him. And I guess credit to Atlan as well, who's been playing pretty solid on the Zeri. But honestly, maybe we just need a bigger performance from, the Impunity mid-jungle support. And it's not something that can just be solved to draft, right? Like, it is a gameplay thing as well. And unfortunately, in game number 2, the gameplay certainly favored the side of Frank. I would maybe say MVP to Kaiwing for that one. I think game 1, he was doing a lot of inting and a lot of carrying, but game 2 was just straight carrying. I think hook after hook was really, really solid.
Yeah, when you put your spot on the null list, you're really looking for those key engages and key picks, and Kaiwing just found every single one of them. Definitely would agree on him being an MVP candidate. I don't know. I
guess Pretenders, Gragas, maybe?
Feels like everyone just did their jobs.
Yeah, I mean, it was 18-1, right?
Yeah.
Like, they were kind of just smurfing on them across the board. Yeah, and I mean, worrying signs, obviously, for Impunity heading into game number 3, because Impunity, I feel like they're very one-dimensional in a way. Like, they're kind of reliant on getting ahead in the lanes, and I think what's kind of happened is they realize that they can kind of take picks mid that are, either stronger in early game or just a bit more difficult for Mission to take advantage of, and then if they get counter-pick in that top side, there's kind of 2 of the lanes solved there for you. Bot lane as well, we didn't even really mention it, but we're straight 2v2 killed, and we're down, I think, 2,000 gold on the 80 carry. So Atlan, why he was finding value in the team fights, just as he did in game 1, starts at such a big deficit that it just almost doesn't matter. And maybe in game number 3 for Impunity, you look at taking away the Xayah, because it feels like a big issue.
Yeah, it just feels like, even though Atlan is giving it his all in these team fights, it's just such an insurmountable mountain to climb. Starting from pretty much the base of the mountain, right? It's just such a big gold lead for Frank that it's just impossible. And while mid jungle of Impunity, Mission, and Alex it feels like they've been relatively invisible in these games. It's all ultimately starting with Impunity bot lane losing that 2v2 in isolation. It's something that can't happen.
Yeah, it does make it very hard, especially to stack up something like the Dragons early, right? And I think when you're up against the Fiora, kind of expecting to stack Dragons early and use that as your win condition to bring Fiora to the team fights, but it's never even getting to that point, which is a bit troublesome. And I wonder why the Xayah hasn't been banned away. Obviously, that game they missed a ban, but I wonder if it's something like they feel like if they ban away Xayah, Zeri gets taken away and then they don't really have a trade into it. Obviously, could play something like the Aphelios Thresh, but I don't know, it definitely seems still like Zeri and Xayah are the best ADs.
Yeah, it's weird because Frank actually haven't picked Zeri a single time this split. Yeah. So I feel like Impunity, they really just had to take that risk and ban out the Xayah, because it's finding so much success for Frank that, in this final game where if you lose it, you're going to be eliminated, you really just have to go all out.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Just try and change things up a bit, because it does feel like while game 1 was close, probably shouldn't have been. I think that it could have very easily been, especially after that early game lead, Frank just taking that to another 20-minute victory. And the fact that both games have been pretty close to perfect at some point is, I mean, it's very worrying for game number 3. And I wonder, what can Mission get here maybe as a pick to take advantage of some of these. But we'll see. This replay that kind of got everything that started off here was in the bot lane, where that hook just connects onto Atlan, and so much damage coming from Eminem. Really well played here as well to just tank up this tower. And the double kill picked up so early as well as, crash the wave, get the plates. And I felt like they got absolutely everything they needed. And here I believe it was the TP engage trying to find something here on the side of Impunity, but look how much time Kaiwing kind of buys, right? He's getting hit most of the time, but never really falls below 50 or 60%. And then the re-engage from Frank is just way, way stronger. They have a lot more damage to back it up. Solo kill, way stronger by this point. And I think that was kind of the beginning of the end in a way. If you don't succeed at that play, it feels like hard to kind of crawl back into it. And I mean, you can see damage was being put out from Impunity, but so much of that Jace poke is just sustained back up by the, the Rod of Ages Gragas, by the BT Xayah. I'm not sure, I don't think Sedge had a Warmogs, but, Fiora has lifesteal as well, and it feels very difficult to be a Jace in that sort of game.
And it feels like, we talked about this top lane matchup being, or what we expected to be the highlight of this series, but it's just the bot lane through and through, right? It feels like Solo Kill just kind of was able to sit back and scale for free. And props to Driver as well. We've talked about this a lot, but he's been able to, bring his best to these matchups, but there's just not enough from the rest of his team to back it up.
There isn't, and I think Kaiwing, he was putting his hook on cooldown, knows that the damage percentage is what matters for supports, gets it all the way up to 6.2%. Now, but obviously passes the eye test, I think, landed a lot of really good hooks, and I think, managed to survive this time, whereas in the first game kind of felt like he was punished pretty heavily for some of those, and very, very nice from him. And I think that Nautilus is one of those champs as well where it's like, you can't really afford to ban it out, but if someone's performing very well on it, it's very, very annoying.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely be very hit or miss as well, right? Because if you don't find those early leads, you end up being actually like a pretty squishy, tank engage where if your team doesn't have the damage to follow you up, you're pretty much useless. But Frank, thankfully, haven't found themselves in that spot at all.
No, not yet. And I need a prediction from you, Mel. Do you think it's just going to be the 3-0, or do you think Impunity are going to bring it back?
I don't know. We've seen so many times in these playoffs matches where the team that's 2-0 up just
falls apart.
Yeah, they start full funning it. I feel like if we see the same Frank we saw in games 1 and 2, it's going to be a 3-0 for Frank. They just look so solid, especially in that last game. Just almost flawless gameplay from them. And Impunity, they look very shaken up.
Yeah, I think especially game 2 looks very rough for them. I think I will predict a 3-1. I feel like Impunity might change up a bunch of things, bring out something crazy, but then Frank, I think they're going to bring it back after that. But, I mean, we'll find out after our break as we head into game number 3.
You got me waiting all night long. You got me now confused. Cause you are beautiful. Hold it down. You got me wrapped up all night long. Like a bite of a passion fruit. That's what you are. Beautiful. It feels like
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RGX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。 选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be?
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you guys by Riot Games Carry Live and sponsored by iHotel. If you're just now joining us, you've come at the right time. FAK Esports, they're 2-0 up in their series against Impunity, and we're going to find out, Impunity, are they going to bring it to our fifth game series in a row? Or will they now fall down? They're one game from being eliminated from playoffs completely, and they're a team that, was certainly built to play for the title, so going out here in fourth place wouldn't feel the best.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again these teams, when they're pushed their breaking point, it's really where they really start to bounce back, and maybe this is just the start of the reverse sweep for Impunity, but they need to change up how they're playing in these games. Games 1 and 2 really didn't give us much to hope for in this upcoming game 3, and whereas FAK Esports, they're looking as strong as ever.
They really are, and I think that, game number one, it looked a little shaky for FAK Esports, but in game number 2, they came out firing on all cylinders. Looked very, very good. And for Impunity, we need a big change up from them. They do go back to the red side. I love it. And I think I'm looking for Driver to get a good matchup here. It feels like he's done pretty well, given what he's, kind of had to play against. But had to play against, the Aurelia and Fiora.
Yeah, he's been pretty much like counter-picked against twice, right?
Yeah.
And giving him, actually a favorable matchup for once when, he's been doing, or at least breaking even in these unfavored matchups. It definitely is a potential opportunity for Impunity to try and bounce back.
And I want to see as well if Impunity do something about the Xayah, either take it away or just ban it, because it feels like it makes bot lane just a lot harder. They do ban away the Jace this time now. Annie's still open and hasn't been banned, so is Vi. Frank's been banning Vi, I believe, both sides of this draft, so probably will just go for it here. Okay, so they ban away the Vi. Now, is this matched by Annie, or are they going to ban the Xayah, or... what else could they go?
Oh,
okay, so they go back to the Kennen. So Annie is still left available. Garen is the Hover. Don't think we'll see that again. We did see it once and hope not to again. And Xayah probably just going to be the first pick. Now, Impunity, I mean, do you have something special for this, or are you just going to kind of run it back? Because it's been giving you a lot of trouble in the bot lane.
Yeah, I really hope they go for something different. We have seen, when Impunity are in these best of 5 series, they're pretty stubborn, and they hold on to very similar drafts across the whole series. As we see once again with the Zeri Harbor for Atlan. I hope it's not it, but there it is. It's locked in.
I mean, I don't hate the Zarya thing on its own. I'm more just am a bit worried, I guess.
Yeah, it just feels like the bot lane's going in the same direction as it has been.
Wukong is now picked up, and Viego or Sejuani will most likely be the match, although some AD mids are missing, so maybe the Sej isn't as good a pickup. Xin Zhao and Pantheon are both champs that have kind of been hovered before, but only it was Pantheon played a few times, and it was all by Kongyue. Sejuani seems like the obvious pick, and they do lock it in. Now, do you just take one of those kind of melee solo laners with this nice and early? Pretender has blind picked the Yone before, I believe. Don't think it won, but has a lot of pressure, and Nautilus kind of the obvious pairing again. Kaiwing has been looking very, very good on it. Got the MVP of last game. Now, third pick here for Impunity. They're going to opt into... I want the Leona. I want a bit more lane pressure. Definitely think the Rakan is a bit too greedy. I mean, if they're... they lock it in. Hey, if they can win bot lane this time, I'd be very impressed. But I feel like they're making things very hard for themselves. And if they are going for this, they need to consciously avoid fights early. Which Impunity, I want to say they're not very good at avoiding fights early, as the Jonas second phase ban does make a lot of sense, synergize as well with that Sejuani. And maybe they just go for the Yone Tristana bans. Kind of will be the last remaining AD mids. And on the side of Frank, probably just target out a couple of missions picks again. Something like the Orion, or the Warriors ban. I guess Talia is the other big one. Okay, they banned the Syndra, which I kind of like. I'm not sure if he would go for it, but I think it's by far the best champ here for mission, just in general.
And Frank are drafting for Impunity better than Impunity.
It does feel a little bit like that. And I want to see, are they going to blind pick top? Okay, so they ban away the Aurelia, which maybe suggests that they're going to take the Gnar. But I'm not sure I like it, just because it feels so much better when Driver's the one counter pick. I mean, in the past, Mission's done very well with the counter, but so many of his counter picks are taken away, right? The likes of the Ori and the Syndra. Probably going to lose another mid here as well. What will it be? I mean, the Talia is something we've seen banned away. They do ban the Victor, which I don't really care too much about the Victor, but it does kind of add a scaling win condition towards the side of Impunity. Maybe they don't want to deal with that. Gnar is the hover, and it would make sense to pick it up given that the Aurelia and Cannon are banned away, but I think it still allows Solo Kill to pick something that kind of neutralizes into this and then kind of just be happy with his win condition, as Talia could even be the takeaway here.
That's a really good pickup.
Yeah, it does so well into the enemy team comp, and it's going to be tough, I think, for Mission to actually pick into this because, you know, a lot of the mage counters that play into it are banned. And really question, I think, not to take away the Talia. Riven is
that could be so juicy. I would love to see that.
That would be pretty crazy if we get a Riven here in game number 3. Yasuo, I mean, could be played.
Yeah.
It does work well with Sedge. It synergizes with the Nautilus. It's a good matchup into Gnar.
Olaf is also pretty good, I think.
I'm not sure how good it is in the 1v1. Surely it gets kited out, right? Maybe not. Look, okay, so they do swap to the Malphite. Now this leaves a potential last pick Silas, and you have to feel like it should be locked in. There are so many good ults for it, but does have a tough time up against the Talia and the Xayah. So can you get enough out of the fact you can steal Malphite, Nautilus, and Sejuani ult? This is really important. I think Mission has to kind of 1v9 this game based on the way the rest of the games have been going.
Yeah, it seems like a big concern for Impunity is that they kind of lack damage. Their only main DPS carrier is going to be Atlan, and he can very easily be shut down by Soliku on the Malphite.
Yeah, and I think the Silas into Malphite, obviously it's very, very good, but it's quite hard to play Silas into both the Talia and the Xayah.
Yeah.
And also, if you steal Malphite ult and it just gets played around by Xayah ult anyway, it's not the best, right? So maybe you can kill Pretender with it, but it still feels like Eminem, if he plays around it well,
He can clean up.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you can find a way to burn the ulti with some of the other cooldowns. Like you do have stuff like the Rakan ult. I guess it really depends on how the early game goes. If you are strong enough that you can have reasonable threat into Eminem, perhaps there are ways to get those cooldowns out and then Mission can clean up. But I mean, the way the early games have been going, certainly towards Frank's side.
Yeah, both teams have so many tools for, you know, aggressive plays and looking for picks pretty much throughout all stages of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. Maybe Impunity, they still have a little bit of fire in them and they're able to go toe-to-toe with Frank. And Solo Kill on a tank, I guess that's, you know, potentially a positive for Impunity. One way to start off game 3.
There is that, yeah, as we will get onto the Rift for game number 3. As a reminder, if Impunity lose this, they are eliminated from playoffs. So everything on the line here. They've gone for a pretty aggressive comp this time. They've got the Silas and the Wukong for their mid-jungle, but is it going to be enough to take down Frank?
Only time will tell. Impunity on the brink of elimination. It's really all or nothing in this game 3. Have to see if they can pull it back against Frank Esports, who have looked so dominant in games 1 and 2.
They certainly have. It is the Comet Absolute Focus Scorch Malphite coming in, so a lot of lane pressure. And we saw Rest actually go a full AP Malphite, I believe it was. It had like, what was it? Rocket Belt Shattered Flame, I think was the build. So
Based.
unfortunately, I don't think he won, but he won
I
our
respect
hearts.
it. I think it's a lot more interesting than just the typical full tank Malphite. So I'll give him points for that.
It is first strike picked up here by Mission, which is maybe a little surprising just because a lot of the time when you're up against comps that have a lot of CC, you opt into the precision tree just so you can grab the extra tenacity. If you have like Legend Tenacity, Unflinching, and the Merc Treads, it makes it very difficult for the likes of, you know, the Sejuani, even the Xayah, the stun that can come out of the Talia to kind of deal with you. But here with the first strike, I wonder if he's actually going to be able to use it because feels like you're pretty significantly outranged, and Hook comes out once again.
Nice and early on, finding a lot of damage onto Nature. Guardian is popped in response, and Kaiwing is really not letting up at all. Not even 2 minutes in the game, this guy finds every hook he can.
He is padding those damage stats. Those damage percentages, what
Yeah,
matters.
it really popped off last game.
6.2%. But yeah, it looks like bot lane going much the same as previously. It is Frank who are currently in control.
Oh, Impunity,
They're
they have to
gonna
be
have two
careful.
first.
Yeah, they're not backing off at all. Ooh, okay.
Just barely didn't get it in time.
Yeah. I actually thought Frank were going to hit it first, but well played from the side of Impunity, making sure to even that one up.
Looks like this ward will now be swept Both junglers are pathing towards that top side, so isn't going to be much pressure.
Ooh,
Hook is narrowly avoided here.
Yeah, traded for the Zeri dash. Him on the top lane. Not all too much going on. Hollow. Looking if he can get anything onto Pretender. I mean, onto Mission.
Yeah, it might be some sort of counter gank angle as well. Obviously, the Silas has very good gank setup, and I think it's one way that you can win up against the Talia. But in the isolated 1v1, kind of feels like it does favor Talia in this matchup. Is building that wave, and with this priority, can maybe even try and drop some vision or move up towards top side. Would be a little surprised to see a full roam come out, but with the pressure, kind of the world is your oyster here. Silas obviously doesn't have any wave clear early, struggles a bit.
Yeah, it just gives Solico a little bit extra space to play around. Even in the bot lane as well, these guys, once again, Eminem and Kaiwing, building up their own leads, generating pressure, stacking up this wave, and giving themselves time to move around the map.
Ooh, are the bot lane actually going to do the scuttle while the top side scuttle is contested? Looks like they will.
Oh, Alex jumping onto Hollow, finds a lot of damage. He is one level up, so significant advantage for him. And Hollow's actually going to have to give that one up. And his bot lane have counter jungled the Scuttle Crab away from him.
Yeah, I mean, at least it gets denied from Alex, which is nice. But yeah, Hollow maybe bit off a bit more than he could chew there. Wall's just forced away. And bot wave looks like it will not quite crash, actually. It still remains frozen, but I think it's Alex still a bit too far away to really do anything about it. Both junglers do go for those resets now.
Overall, the Impunity bot lane looking a lot more stable than they have in the previous games. So it's only 4 minutes in, but good look so far at least.
And once again, Driver finds himself with a CS lead despite being, in the counterpick matchup. And obviously, Malphite is a bit more of a scaling counter in a way. Even with the Comet and Scorch, a lot of the time can't get through the sheer amount of sustain that comes out, from the Doran Shield as well as the second wind and the fleet. But a nice lead for Driver, who's been the shining light, I think, of this team pretty much all series long. Bot lane, though, I mean, junglers are back on this side. Nothing too much happening so far. Solikill, he's doing what he can with the very little mana he has. Has a Doran's Ring, so it is regenning, but Driver's just healing a bit too much. I think it's more points in this queue, though. Could be more difficult for him, and maybe just wants to go for the reset. We'll get a clue as to what build he ends up going for. Ooh, Hollow maybe wants to be the one to start this up. Instead, going back towards bot. That ward was dropped there. Wave will crash. So it's just going to be collected here by Solikill, and perhaps Driver's going to be the one to base first. Probably wants to keep his TP, that way he can get involved in some of these early dragons. Grabs himself the Merc Treads, very good up against that triple AP topside, which is something that we didn't really bring up in the champ select, but can be very worrying. Oh, Mission goes back in.
Yeah, wow, he wants that cannon and doesn't manage to pick that one up.
And with that triple AP topside, early Merc Treads can be very valuable. Even an early Hex Drink could be nice for Alex if he feels like he needs it. And importantly, if Eminem is put behind, can just consistently itemize MR here, and there isn't much that can be done about it. Catalyst now completed full mission. At the same time, relying on Eminem falling behind on the side doesn't feel like a very realistic win condition. Man's been playing great on it. And it looks like Solikill will just be going the tank build, so playing it safe is up 2-0. Wants to make sure he gets the chance to take on CFO. Doesn't want the rest incident.
Oh, Frankie's what's getting forced out of the river. Chain's not quite going to connect onto Kaiwing. Mission has stolen away that depth charge. So, Kinder has to be pretty careful here in the mid lane.
Yeah, doesn't have himself the flash, obviously, so should be able to get away from it. But top lane, we were just complimenting Driver before, but maybe in trouble. It was the Malphite that was committed, and now Solikill, he flashes forward.
Oh, aggressive on the Malphite, forces the flash out in response from Driver. Both top laners already expended their ultimates, and now Impunity turning their sights towards the Chemtech Drake.
I think this should go the way of Impunity, although Frank, they want to fight.
Oh,
Pretender's not here yet.
they just hopped over the wall, but yeah, going over to Impunity. First dragon of the game. Overall, looking a lot better for Impunity.
A nice pickup there, and I think wise by Frank to give that up, given that Pretender couldn't get involved. Alex, though, he could be looking for a play on bot. There's no level 6 yet for Eminem. They have a small window that can be abused. Oh, Hook actually comes out.
Yeah, this is actually pretty dangerous for Frank. They find some damage on the nature, but now forced to flash away. Kaiwing is going to be the target. Dropped very low. Ignite is taking on him. First blood going the way of Atlan and Impunity, looking to turn it around in this game 3.
And never bet against the 5 games in the PCS playoffs. Impunity, probably their best early game so far. Actually have themselves a 1k gold lead as well as the Dragon.
1k if you round up.
Now, Herald is up. Alex is already deploying out towards that. Nature as well, I think, probably will move to contest that. I think importantly as well, Solarkill not being able to pick up that kill off his first ult does slow down the Malphite quite a lot. Obviously still scales very well, but I think that a lot of the time with that Comet Scorch, it kind of allows you to have pressure in that 1v1, but then quickly kind of falls off, right? And then it gets taken over by your items, giving you the scaling. But the early rune is always nice, and Malphite ult is almost back up. Cyclone as well as the Silas ult are currently missing. So this could potentially be Frank's. I think Impunity should probably just try and delay it. Looks like this wave will crash.
Driver, though, on the Gnar, kind of starting to amass a bit of a CS lead for himself. 20 CS up currently over Solarkill. And once again, building his own advantages step by step. Has been the shining light of Impunity so far in this best of 5 series. Hopefully, he can bring it to a win for them.
He was so close to getting taken out earlier on, but managed to survive and continues to build up that lead. Now, Hollow is going to start this up, and I think Impunity, they probably do want to play for this. The Cyclone is almost up, and the Silas definitely wants to take early fights. Pretender.
Ooh. Actually, Driver dropped very low. And Solarkill's expended the unstoppable force once again, but Driver surviving on a sliver of HP. Hollow actually jumping over the wall, finds the ultimate and the kill to finish that one off of Frank. They might just turn their sights to the Rift Herald now. Big pickup for them.
Can they start it up, though? They used both ultis in that top side. Alex, he has the Cyclone. I guess they can. It is a 3v2. Oh, and actually Impunity started up. This could be risky, I think, to start it. I mean, Driver's not on the map, but I guess with no ultis, maybe Frank just want to give it up and try play towards something else.
Yeah, Nature has started moving up to the mid lane. But yeah, I think Impunity actually are going to be able to pick up their Rift Herald. But let's take a look at how this top lane fight unfolded.
Yeah, it feels like, I'm not sure what keeps happening to Driver. I guess just gets poked down and eventually altered. Does hit the Mega here. See how it all unfolded. Seems pretty healthy for now, but apparently that just disappears in a moment. Okay, so he actually went forward, committed the dash, and then lost the trade back that came out of Solarkill.
Riveting gameplay.
Yeah, it really is. Very mechanically intensive. Gets forced away, but, Hollow comes up, quick scopes him over the wall, catches him recoiling. Didn't have the flash there as well, so he couldn't have reacted even if he wanted to. And I think bot lane actually lost some plates there, maybe. I think Pretender might have leaned towards bot. It's kind of hard to see what happened, but either that or Frank have once again found themselves some kind of lead in the 2v2, because it was 2 plates taken bot. Rod of Age is now completed for Mission, which is pretty early. Definitely good signs for them. And not the Leandries yet picked up by Talia.
Yeah, Mission actually doing a pretty good job in this somewhat unfavorable matchup into the Talia. Like you said, good looks for Impunity overall. Gold lead is still pretty even for both teams. Solarkill doesn't have the unstoppable force quite up yet, but Dragon spawning up in 50 seconds. Seems like both teams kind of on even footing.
Yeah, Solarkill does have the TP advantage for this though, and I wonder if he will be willing to TP down to one of these early Dragons. I think Impunity really need to make sure they kind of get ahead and stay ahead. I think a champ like Silas is just so much more impactful when ahead compared to when behind. Whereas it feels like Frank are pretty happy to just have that consistent 5v5. And it looks like Frank, they're the ones with control, probably do want to start, I think, especially with that top TP advantage. If they can even up the drags here, they buy themselves time to hit the 2 items on the Xayah as well as the Talia. And I think Impunity probably should try and contest. You've got a team that's very good at skirmishing, although with the Mythic disadvantage on your AD, maybe you want to avoid it for now. Obviously the row advantage is in mid, but takes a while to scale up. Alex.
Oh, Alex actually getting caught out. So much CC chained up, and Eminem picking up that kill, scooping that up like it's nothing. And Alex in a place where you shouldn't be. Wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong neighborhood, some
Wrong
might say.
neighborhood,
And
yeah.
it feels pretty bad there, I think, for Impunity. While it's only one kill, it's unfortunately the Dragon that will be given over. There's no Herald trade. Obviously can't be placed on the other side of the map as Ghosts both burn from the ADCs down here. There's a nice chunk onto Atlan. Is traded back there, but I think Impunity, they want to be ahead, especially with the Silas, but the Silas was forced to flash and Alex just kind of lost his life for free. Pretender manages to sneak through here and just sits on a pink. Alex, he's kind of the one that has to retake the vision given that they don't have pressure in bot side.
Yeah.
Was just chunked so low so early, and then the chain CC comes through. Even the flash.
Yeah, I think he thought that Mission would have spotted Pretender out if he walked in, but just barely. The timing doesn't work out for them, and I think it's really big for Frank, you know, being able to pick up that Dragon without having to expend Solarkill's TP. Allows him to stay on even footing in this topside matchup.
Yeah, I think critically, like you said, managing to do so without using the TP means that there is just no trade back on the other side. TP is invested here by Mission. Is just going to keep farming these up, or maybe engage. Alex is looking for something. They do have the depth charge on Mission, but it's all flashes available for the side of Frank.
The Rift Shield. Alex just loves popping the Rift Shield right in front of multiple members, but now it might be the bait. Actually, Pretender getting CC'd by himself, taken out by Alex. That's a masterful bait coming out from him. Really relying on that history from last game. Now Hollow dropped very low as well. Kaiwing defending. Okay, that's not the best look I've seen from him, but now solo kill as well in the area. Overall, though, it's just going to be that charge. I don't know if were plates actually picked up from that?
No, I don't think they were. I think it was slightly too late. So it is just a kill that goes the way of Impunity, and I think a much needed kill at that. Unfortunately, doesn't go over to Mission, but any gold at this point is good. They are completely even, pretty much, 2-2 in kills. Dragons are 1-1, and gold remains the same. But I still think it is probably Frank that have favored, you know, later on in the game. We'll get some sort of replay here, and Alex, he drops the herald in front of him, takes some damage for it, but Pretender is just engaged on, and unfortunately doesn't flash the chain. There's so much lockdown that comes out after. The flash is committed all too late. And I think, is it the plates picked up? I feel like it wasn't. Yeah, so the creeps are denied. No, it wasn't.
Just ran out.
Unfortunately, just ran out a couple seconds in advance.
Pretender also TP'd shortly before dying there, so you know, it gives Mission that little bit extra of an edge in the mid lane matchup, and that's really what you need for the set of Impunity, right? We talked about how Mission is kind of the key player for them. He needs to be the one to get things going. There's so much, you know, agency available to him, so many good ults to steal.
There really are, and a lot of that, I think, again, comes down to how well Eminem plays the fight, because all of those ults can be avoided with the Xayah ult. And Eminem, he's pretty fed right now, has himself a kill. Hollow, he's going to invade this bot side. I'm not sure if he's allowed to be here, though, honestly.
Yeah, both teams really love this. Love this red side blue buff. And now Alex looking for it. Nature also running in with the quickness. Does get stunned up by the Sidranio, but Alan's over the wall. Pops a lightning crash, but now Eminem, he's untouched in this fight. Watch the feathers. Doesn't actually find any kills just yet. Pops a feather storm, but now he's all on his own. 1v3. Mission finds the chains. And it's going to shut Eminem down. That's 3 kills for 1 for the side of Impunity.
Very, very nice step from Impunity. The skirmishing we want to see out of them. Pick up some very important gold for themselves, as well as get Eminem's flash, which is very, very crucial. Can they get anything more than just the kills off that? Not too sure, but kind of interesting here, I think, from Hollow. Honestly, just feels like he has no business being this far up. Pretender as well, who does not have the flash from before. Just knocked up by the Cyclone, and the stolen Sedjol finishes him off. Eminem, he was really trying to do his best, flashes over this wall and kills Atlan with it, but then is in no man's land. Just, no way out really for him, and is just taken out off the back end.
Yeah, Pretender's to lead. He buys some time for Frank at the beginning of the fight, but when they're able to get over it, there's really nothing left to stop Impunity from running over, I guess, everyone on Frank Esports' side in that little skirmish, and now Impunity pulling ahead just slightly in the gold lead.
They are, and I think there's a lot of magic resist on their top side. Got that Verdant Barrier now coming in on the Silas. Really is up to Eminem to deal with him, because the top side is full AP. Not going to be able to. Second Herald should go the way of Alex right now. Impunity, they need to keep the pressure up Oh,
Driver. Hook finds Driver. He's in no man's land by himself, but Nature's here to try and back him up. Grand Entrance finds two, knocks him up, and prevents him from dealing even more damage. Driver forced to flash out with just a little bit of HP remaining, but Hollow, once again, the assassin, finds Driver. TP coming in from Mission. Kaiming finds a hook, but I don't think he should have taken that one. It's going to be backed into a corner quite literally. Alex on a rampage, picking up that kill for himself, and now solo kill. In a similar position, trapped, 4 members going right to the turret. Hollow trying to buy some time, get them back to the safety of their own turret. Pretender TPing in, and now looks like Frank Esports might live to see another day.
Oh, they get out. Ultimately, though, gold remains very, very even. And that was just all started because Driver was a bit too far up in the lane. Did manage to get him out with Nature, but was once again kind of just sniped by Hollow at the back end. And all things considered, game remains very, very even. Dragon is now up and available, and who does it favor? I think ults used from the side of Frank. No Sedge ult, no Malphite ult. Could mean that this is difficult. On the other side, though, Zerial and Rakan both missing. Wonder if this will just be a contest or if Frank are going to try trade some gold. It is being started up, at least for now, and I think the way Frank are moving on the map kind of suggests they're going to trade.
Yeah, they're heavily investing resources towards the top side of this map. A lot of wards actually are deeper in the jungle for the side of Impinity, so they're not going to spot this one out, but Alan sensing something is going to back off just in time. Frank, they're going to trade that top lane tier 1 for the Mountain Drake.
I think it's a pretty good trade given how you scale into this game. I still feel that somehow Eminem has to really be the one who gets all this gold, because now the Banshee's completed on Sylas is pretty much unkillable for the top side. Really does just come down to the Xayah. Even the Nautilus, mainly magic damage. So Eminem needs to put in a big performance. Obviously he has been doing so in the series so far, but if he can get more accelerated, get towards that Navori before their next fight, I think could be very, very good, and wise of them to give up this drag.
Yeah, definitely a lot of weight on Pretender's shoulders as well to try and buy time for Eminem. I think it's clear that Pretender himself isn't going to be the main damage threat for the side of Frank Esports, and hopefully he's able to understand his role as we move into the mid game. Gold lead's still very much even, and this is like we said earlier, the best Impunity have looked so far in the series.
Top wave is just gobbled up there by Pretenders, working on his second item. Has a stopwatch as well, so it's going to be able to survive any stolen ultimates. 4 minutes on the next drag. I wonder if we will just see farming until then. It's now 2 items on Eminem. Has them ahead of Atlan on the Zeri. It's quite strong. Now, Impunity, they look towards this top tier 1. Can grab even more gold for themselves. And I think going onto the Sylas, he was very, very good. Need to stay ahead with that Sylas. So they're now falling a little bit far behind in gold. I mean, only down a little, but you don't want to be down in gold, I think, especially on the ADC.
Yeah.
And Eminem, being maybe half an item ahead. It's kind of hard to say. Atlan might be kind of holding on to a lot of gold here. Timing. Potentially looking for a hook.
Both teams really wrestling over this mid pro and the topside river. Baron Nashor has spawned, but I feel like neither team really has too much threat on it at this point on the game. Both team compositions very much even in terms of strength.
Does feel hard, but something we've seen a few times is the team with Talia starts up the Baron and then has Talia wall off when it gets down to around half HP, and they just burst it down. Is that something Frank will look for? Probably not yet, although in the side lane...
Yeah, once again, Unstoppable Force used off camera, but that's gameplay.
Unfortunately, Driver just chunked out time and time again. It was the one who once again blind picked. Had a lot of difficulties. Fortunately, I think Mission is having a pretty good game. It's going towards a Shadow Flame third, which is a little surprising that it's not something like even just the Zhonya's picked up, as well as the Banshees, because it feels like you really need to be able to survive damage coming out of this Xayah, as well as if you can stopwatch, one of those key ultimates, or even a shove from Talia could be very valuable for you. 2 minutes on the next dragon, though. This is one that I would imagine both teams probably want to contest. Alternatively, there is the Baron trade, as we mentioned before, and taking a look at the player gold, it is the 2 carries on the side of Frank, who are once again ahead. 1,000 gold lead for Eminem and around 500 or so for Pretender. Despite the focus that was kind of put towards him, has been able to pick up some of those side lane towers. And Eminem, time and time again, finds his own leads.
Yeah, Driver as well, you know, just a little bit ahead of Solo Kill. Really does care about that CSD. 30 CS up. What is that? That's 40.
If you round up.
Yeah, if you round up. Well, no, what?
No, I just said it because you
Don't do
said it
maths.
before. Now,
Never do maths on stream.
That's right. The mission is forced away. There are members of FAK Esports in that top river, so wisely backs off.
Oh my
Driver, though.
He's just chatting it up in the spot lane. Driver does have the Black Cleaver completed, but Malphite really just does not care. With his Iceborne Gauntlet now, as well as the Frozen Heart, it's just so hard for Driver to trade when it's just a rock in his face.
Yeah, it feels like Driver, despite being quite far ahead in terms of the CS, just can't really deal enough damage. The Triforce is now completed, though, so perhaps things will change. 1 minute away from this next dragon. Impunity, they're kind of moving more towards the Baron. Maybe they want some sort of engage onto Kaiwing, or does manage to check the bush safely. Eminem going towards the BT third and is going to be pretty much unstoppable once he reaches that. I think Impunity is their kind of time to fight.
Oh yeah, Alex dashing in, but doesn't choose to expend the cyclone just yet. Mission actually stealing
Yeah, that is weird.
Featherstorm. That's an interesting one. I would have thought he'd pick a more impactful one, but potentially just, you know, wanting to stay alive for a bit longer.
Yeah, I feel like it's honestly just a mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe just wanted to take whatever was readily accessible, but missing those big team fight ultimates feels like you're not really getting as much out of the Stylus pick as you should.
Yeah. Oh, Dredgeline just barely goes wide. Alex, though, chunked out a little bit.
Impunity, they're the ones...
Oh, Weaver's Ball comes out, doesn't quite manage to trap Alex on the wrong side, but actually, no, he is kind of on the wrong side. Trapped in the river. Second Cyclone comes out, but Solo Kill was here, finds the Unstoppable Force onto 2, 1v2ing. Pretender flashes forward, gets the shutdown onto Alex, and now the 3v3 on the top side. Nature has already used the quickness. FAK Esports still looking very healthy. Solo Kill's the only one that's a little bit low, but he has TP to get back to the fight if he wants to. Impunity really in a rough spot here. Half HP bars across the board. Mission's basing as well. Might choose to TP back, but I feel like Impunity, they just have to give this one up.
I think they do. Maybe Mission TP's back and tries to steal another ulti, but I don't really... Okay, he is TPing back. I think this is... Maybe double TP. Yeah, double TP on bot. The Dragon's going to go,
They don't have a jungler. Nature's just going in, gets chunked down solo. Eminem picks up that kill, and now Alan's the target, stunned up. Solo kill, bopping him on the head. Mountain Drake gonna be picked up for the side of FAK Esports. Mission, he has the Unstoppable Force stolen. This could be his chance to turn things around, but 2v5, it's a tough hill to overcome.
Really is, and I think that fight just so disjointed from the side of Impunity. I think they were on different pages pretty much the whole time. And I think as well, you know, the stolen Silasol on Xayah early just really didn't find any impact whatsoever. Yeah. We'll get a replay of it. The Talia wall, I think, to begin with, is really nice at isolating Alex from the rest. Surprised that he decided to run down. I guess felt like he had some sort of engage on a solo kill, but that man is... Yeah, he's got a lot of armor.
He's unkillable, yeah. I think he just got a bit too greedy for that one, and there was just so many random skirmishes going on here, but I think the biggest mistake from Impunity was just coming back for more when your jungler isn't even alive. Like, what are you going to accomplish there?
It does feel very difficult. Like, maybe you can play for the fight after, but if you are going to go for this, surely Nature needs to play this way, way slower. Your TPs haven't even completed yet, and you're phase checking. So both of them, I believe, are taken out before they even get here. Alan as well just dashes in through the Talia rocks to certain death. Very questionable.
Yeah, once again, though, good dredge line from Kaiwing. Picks up that crucial kill onto Nature to start things off, I guess, for the second time for FAK Esports. And now, once again, they're sitting comfortably in the gold lead. 2.5k ahead. Pretender dishing out so much damage in that fight, actually. I talked about him not being the DPS threat anymore for FAK Esports, but he's definitely choosing to prove me wrong there.
Yeah, and I think now getting towards that Void Staff is going to make a big difference against all that topside magic resist. Eminem as well is so accelerated that you can't ignore him. And when we were looking at those damage graphs, you kind of saw the Silas only did 500 damage. We said in Champsec that it was going to be hard for him to play into the likes of the Xayah and the Talia. You know, maybe you could steal one of those ults, but chooses not to and really made him pay for it.
Yeah, still it's just in my mind, such a questionable decision to take that Featherstorm. I'm hoping we don't see that again, but I think the Unstoppable Force is probably still going to be on cooldown for him to steal, so Unity, they're looking like they're in a bit of a rough spot. FAK hold all the cards for now. Baron is alive, and Frank, once again, trying to retain control of their topside river.
Oh, Alex, he's
going around too.
But this guy doesn't take damage, remember.
He just barely manages to break through the passive shield on Malphite. On level 16 Malphite, solo kill, really just giving his all in the tank. Oh, another dredge line, but not really one you want to seek from Kai, being forced to back out of this one, but the quickness and the grand entrance do mean that Alan picks off that kill for himself. Nature, though, giving his life in return. 1 for 1 is actually not too bad for Frank, considering that Kai was in a he was in a pretty rough spot there.
Yeah, it did feel like he was kind of going to go down for free, and the 1 for 1 means that, especially without some of those engages, this might be the mid tower falling.
Oh, solo kill, Unstoppable Force finds one. Driver is going to be down for the count. Eminem on a killing spree. Alan crucially has to flash away from that. And now Mission picks up the depth charge for himself. Can he pull anything off there? Once again, 1v4 situation. It's tough. I don't feel like his teammates are in any position to respond.
Yeah, unfortunately, does just have to use it to kind of stay safe. But
not the most impactful what I've seen, and really not what we want to be seeing from the Silas.
No, and it feels so hard into the Xayah, right? Because even if this does connect, she still has the flash and the ulti. Like, what can you really do? Now, next Dragon is only a minute away, but I wouldn't be surprised if either team starts to look towards Baron, because, you know, on the side of Impunity, kind of feel like they need to make something happen. And on Frank, you have so much DPS with this Leandri's Talia, as well as a very, very fed Xayah.
Yeah, and even the Malphite, right? Like, Impunity, it feels like, you know, once again, the biggest, you know, consistent DPS threat is going to be Atlan on the Zeri, but how is he going to break through the 3 items completed for the Malphite and the Gargoyle Stoneplate as well? There's just so much he needs to do, and without the Lord Doms completed either.
Yeah,
that's really hard.
The Gargoyle actually feels like just the nail in the coffin, right? He just really is unkillable. Currently has 700 armor with the passive shield up.
Oh my goodness.
And
Alex getting chunked out again. Hollow doesn't find it on Alex. Instead onto Driver, forced to hop over the wall. And Frank really just trying to maintain their control as much as possible. They do expend the Sejuani ult, but they still have all of their other key ultimates available. It's definitely well worth the trade to be able to maintain this area.
And now, 10 seconds away on the 3rd Dragon. Impunity may be looking towards the Baron. I'm not sure if they have the DPS to do it in time, though.
Yeah.
Because it really is just this area.
Yeah, it feels like it's so hard for them to walk into the bot side river, though, Frank. They definitely don't want to give up this Baron, so not too bad from Impunity to pressure Frank away from that 3rd Mountain Drake for Frank Esports, but it's not going to last for long. I think Frank is starting to call Impunity's bluff.
Yeah, so they got Solo Kill up here who can stop this. And I think Solo Kill might be tankier than the Baron.
Yeah, let's see how much Mission does to him. Actually, does have the Shadow Flame completed, and Solo Kill doesn't have too much magic resist, so Unstoppable Force finds one. Yeah, traded over. Solo Kill dropped free a little bit now. Mission's in the middle of 3. What is he doing? There's no teammates available to respond. Alex choosing to battle the Grump instead, and Mission trying to do so much by himself and gives away so much in return.
Yeah, it just feels like desperation there out of Mission, and Frank probably can just start up this Baron.
Oh, even Hollow's so tanky. TP coming in from Solo Kill from the base to reposition himself in time for this team fight. Now, Kaiwing looking for something. Nature finds quickness onto multiple people, but there's just not enough damage there to follow up. Solo Kill leading the charge for the side of Frank Esports. Alan doing a lot of damage with those lightning bolts. Nature goes in, doesn't find grand entrance onto anyone, surprisingly, and Solo Kill still holding the front line so well. Narald finds one. Driver down for the count. Eminem unstoppable. Now Alan on the run. Has dropped so low. Double kill picked up now for Eminem. Gonna find a 3rd one as well. Unstoppable Force doesn't quite connect. Hollow's gonna go in for the save there from the tower, but it's a clean ace for the side of Frank Esports.
It really is. Feels like they're all just styling on them here at the end. Was so well played, I think, just from the entirety of Frank Esports there. And I think with that, Impunity's hopes in this playoffs have just been torn away from them. It doesn't feel like there's a good way to come back into this game now. We'll have to see what can Frank get done with this. I think they should be playing for at least 2 inhibs.
Yeah. Game is just continuing to slip away from them. It all started off with Mission choosing to go for this play onto Solo Kill.
Yeah, it feels very, very ambitious, to be honest. I think using the Malphite ult isn't the worst because you can get another ult soon after, but how can you be here? Like, just so far up, and the Talia wall just cuts them off. Has unfortunately nowhere to run, and Solo Kill wasn't particularly close to dying anyway. And then, as we see in this fight here, it's just so easy for both Pretender and Eminem to DPS. Just behind their tanks can continually run forward.
Yeah, it's just a death ball. And
Yeah.
that grand entrance was so sad. Could have had some potential there for Impunity, but you have to wonder if there was even enough damage to secure any kills there anyway.
It maybe was not. I think Atlan was trying to do what he could, but...
He didn't do so much. But
Yeah, his front line just kind of evaporates in front of him. And they almost left Solo Kill out to dry. Did make sure to get him out, though.
And now Frank with the Baron buff in their back pocket. 9k gold ahead. Oof. Both ADCs putting out huge numbers in that last team fight. Atlan really just trying as hard as he can to carry. Now Driver trapped in the corner, does have the Mega now available. Pretender wobbed into the wall, and now there's going to be the target. Quickness pop from nature, but there's no damage available to follow up. Unstoppable Force finds two. Atlan is down for the count. Solo Kill on a killing spree on the Malphite. And now Eminem dealing out so much damage by himself. Alex with the Cyclone finds 5 members, but there's just no damage available. Atlan is dead. Mission is here trying to find what he can. Chains don't connect though. And he's going to get rooted up and killed. Eminem is legendary on the Xayah. Now Driver on the run in his own base. Hollow's trying to finish him off. Nature with the hero play isn't able to find anything. And Frank with 5 remaining members in the base of Impunity. This might just be the game 3 and the clean 3-0 coming out from them.
Looks like it will be. After 33 minutes here in game number 3, unfortunately, Impunity will be eliminated from the playoffs. And I think for them, it's a sad way to go, right? This is a team that pushed PSG to the limit, took them all the way to game number 5, and they're our team that's in the grand final. And to come out here and fall 0-3 to Frank, definitely not the way you want to go. But credit to Frank, I think it's very much cleaned up their act towards game 2 and 3.
sure.
And I also think the way that they did this, where they didn't really have to show any kind of weird stuff in their draft, right? They pretty much just played, a top counter, desire, control mage, time and time again. And it means that obviously stuff has been shown in the playoffs already because there have been a lot of best of 5s, but the more you can kind of hide as the meta develops, I think is good. And especially as well, not showing a way that you were kind of close to losing, right? There wasn't something of, oh, if we always target, maybe solo kill in the top lane, that's our way into beating them. Looked just pretty much untouchable here, other than in game 1 where they kind of did it to themselves. So very good look for them, and very excited to see them take on CFO.
Yeah, all across the board, Frank just looking so strong in this best of 5 series. And yeah, like you said, tomorrow's match against CFO, I think it's going to be a tough battle from both sides.
It will, yeah. And, I mean, bringing it back to that game, it felt like while maybe the pieces were there for Impunity, they had like that good mid, it's a good mid counter pick, but it feels so difficult to play it up against both the Taliyah and the Xayah. And then the top matchup again felt like Driver well and truly neutralized, right? Had himself a CS lead, but really just couldn't get anything done with it. Bot lane as well, Eminem continually ran away with the game on Xayah, and I feel like that game, in a way, exemplifies a lot of the problems that Impunity have had all split long, of being somewhat stubborn, maybe, or not really being like flexible in their draft. Feels like they do just kind of run the same things over and over. And then also one-dimensional, I would suppose. Like, they kind of are reliant on needing to win their lanes, especially mid and top. And when a team like Frank knows how to draft around that, knows how to kind of shut down those win conditions, Impunity, they did not look the same team at all.
Yeah, it feels like across all their best of 5s they played so far in the playoffs, a lot of them have sort of relied on the similar style of team comp. And as the playoffs start to unfold, obviously teams are going to start finding cracks in that armor, and I think that Frank did a very good job today of capitalizing on that.
They did. So then we'll have to start thinking about our Frank versus CFO game. But before we get there, who would you give MVP for this game? Because I think Eminem looked pretty crazy, but maybe solo kill. I mean, he was having a pretty good time. Even Pretender, right? Like, there's just so many people.
Yeah, I think I would give it a solo kill, to be honest. I think that being on a champion like Malphite, a lot of the time there's not many chances to really strut your stuff, but he was on fire. Yeah,
I can maybe agree with that. I think there was one game, I think Hanabi played Malphite, and I think he used his ult in a team fight a single time, and it missed.
Oh, man.
So yeah, definitely not a QWE Malphite here. It was solo kill. Did manage to find some pretty good ults. And I think while, again, his impact is kind of less in maybe absolute impact compared to Eminem, but I think the fact that, solo kill all 3 games, he gets himself a good matchup and just completely takes Driver off the board is really, really important. Like, I think, again, credit to Driver, probably did play the best of his team in terms of, what he was given, but it did feel like was pretty left out to dry. And Solo Kill, I think, really did a good job of just, again, kind of taking the driver win condition off the board. And while it wasn't in the most maybe explosive fashion, it got the job done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think especially Solo Kill being able to luck up his ego and pick the Malphite in this winning game, or I guess the winning game of the series for them. So a big move for them, especially when he obviously prefers the carry tops. I think being able to do that for your team is pretty big.
Yeah, maybe now it's I'll play carry tops and I'll play Malphite. I feel like Malphite is like, he's still a tank, but he's definitely one of the high impact tanks. It's like you can win your lane, and if they have a comp that can't really kill you. I mean, I don't know if you saw at the very end, he was just S-keyed in the middle of their base, just not moving with this gargoyle up. So funny.
Oh man, it's just, you love to see a Malphite carry. Even if it's not the full AP, I feel like the full AP is a bit more exciting, but it's more like a slow burn with the proper tank Malphite, and that's kind of satisfying in its own way.
Yeah, I think it was pretty crazy as well, just how many times he had Driver on so low health, right? I think there was times where Driver was kind of forced to base, and that would make stuff like contesting the Herald a little bit difficult, as we are going to get into some replays. This was the one where Alex, he got engaged on and suddenly felt like he could take out Solo Kill, but Solo Kill doesn't really take damage and just CC'd him up, locked him down. Pretender as well was kind of the secondary carry a lot of the time. And here, Impunity, this was where the game was out of control. I'm not sure why Impunity did it like this. Like, Alan, why are we going forward here and wait for our TPs? And it really did just feel, again, disjointed, almost like the rest of Impunity's games. And this was, unfortunately, the final fight that really mattered, as Impunity, they did their best to kind of salvage what they could. Atlan did a lot of damage in this fight, but so far behind, and just look how little damage Solo Kill takes. He's basically standing in the front line pretty much the whole time, and his health bar is not really moving that significantly by so much time. Pretender as well, nice flash to get out there, continue DPSing. Atlan was just left on pretty much 1 HP, and they were all grouped up, so he's just padding the damage, but Malphite was even up at the end.
Yeah. Oh man.
Wow, did Malphite do almost the most damage? Nah, it is a carry champ. It's not a tank.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Solo Kill turning Malphite into a carry champ. I guess it's a carry top now. Yeah. Almost doing as much damage as Eminem on the Xayah. That is crazy to see, honestly. And honestly, I expected Atlan as well to be doing more damage on this area, but actually getting outdone by Driver in the end.
Yeah, and I think, again, question mark for the red side Silas, because you kind of have your pick of pretty much anything, and while it does have great ultimates, you can't ignore the fact that the matchup's not the best. It's very difficult to play into those carries, and unfortunately only 8,000 damage. Mission, someone who has found such big lane leads pretty much all like split long, has sometimes struggled to get over the finish line with them, and also I think just weird priority in the draft for him in general. Doesn't pick up stuff like the Syndra earlier on, as we saw it blind picked previously, but Holo is our MVP for game number 3 here. Got the 11% damage, a little bit higher than Nautilus from the previous game, but I mean, I'm not sure. I honestly don't really remember what Holo did, but it must have been good.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of felt like the silent carry. I feel like on Sedge, a lot of the time there's not too much you can do. You can find some cheeky picks, but I think, him not dying and his carries being alive most of the fights is probably in some part to him at least.
Yeah, he did manage to get the objectives, and he also managed to headshot Driver on that top wave when he was recalling. Yeah, so I guess it was nice, yeah.
Yeah, he really hit it out for Driver in this series. Man, rough.
Who would you say MVP of the series? Because I'd maybe be tempted to give it to Eminem just for consistent performance. Like, just felt like he did very well in every game. Wasn't like the best in every game.
Yeah,
but
I would definitely give it to either Eminem or Kaiwing. I feel like Kaiwing, he did have his moments of shakiness definitely in games 1 and games 3. But regardless, I feel like he did, stand up where it counted.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do definitely agree with Eminem. He was just completely consistent across the board, winning his lane, transitioning that into, something that Frankie Sports could play around in the mid to late game, really just shining.
Yeah, I guess just the bot lane as a duo, honestly, was very strong.
Yeah.
But that is going to be it for our playoff series here. We will be going to an interview with Vincent after a quick break.
feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated. Get up in a vibe. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, attempting to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our post-match interview. I'm your host tonight, Vincent Lee, joined here by Frank Esports support player Kai Wayne. Welcome. Hello， 大家好，欢迎收看我们的赛后采访。那我们今天非常欢迎请到胜队 FAK 的辅助凯威，欢迎。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FAK 的辅助凯威。
恭喜恭喜，今天晚上获得了胜利。Congratulations on your victory tonight. First of all, you are actually the first team to win a clean 3-0 ever since last week. It was 6 consecutive gaming days. And I want to ask you, is it because you guys are just too good, or your opponent isn't performing very well today, or is there any other reasons? 就是呢，对，你听得懂没有问题啊，但是我还是要让观众知道。恭喜你们获得了胜利。那今天晚上呢，其实你们是2周以来首次有队伍能够赢下这么清爽的一个3-0的胜场。那我想请教一下，就是你觉得是因为你们今天晚上打得太强了，还是你们的对手今天晚上打得太差了，还是有什么别的原因呢？
我觉得今天的对决比较特殊一点，因为是 iHotel 的对决。对，没错，因为我们跟 IMP 得走一个。那今天因为我们很想住 iHotel 嘛，所以我们很想赢下来，再多住几天。
Okay. Actually, our matchup today, it's iHotel, our sponsor hotel, it's iHotel matchup. And because Impunity and us, we are both staying in iHotel, and one of us has to go. So I think we love iHotel more than Impunity. That's why we won this set, and they have to go home. All right, my second question. Your Nautilus is very decisive in tonight's matchup, and your opponent didn't seem to, want to ban it away or take it from you. What do you think about that? 就今天晚上的对局，其实你的纳蒂鲁斯一直都表现得非常的具有关键价值。但是你的对手好像完全没有想要把它ban掉，或者是从你手上把它抢走。那你觉得原因是什么呢？
我觉得原因是他们想挑战一下我的拉蒂鲁斯，这个是因为我觉得
失败了。
可能他们想积极，因为我觉得他们在第3局的时候确实有把拉蒂鲁斯这个位置压低，因为他们那个 Alex 有来下路 gank 了一波，所以变成是拉把我比较没那么大的作用。
I think they wanted to challenge my Nautilus, and they didn't quite make it. I think they tried to suppress my Nautilus performance in the 3rd match because their jungle came to bot lane more often and did suppress my performance a bit, but they didn't quite get the point. All right, my next question. Next up, your team draft seems really different from last week or the other games from playoffs. In last week's interview, we interviewed Solo Kill, your top laner, and he kind of complained a little bit about you guys wanted him to pick tanky champions instead of fighter champions. And is that the reason why your draft seems a little bit different today? 就从你们今天的 BP 来看的话呢，就你们的 BP 其实稍微有点变化，尤其我们上个礼拜访问过 Solo Kill， 然后他有抱怨过说队友跟教练都很想要让他选坦克。那在他抱怨过后，今天似乎让他选了比较多的斗士，是他的抱怨有效果了吗？还是你们有别的考量？
因为我觉得这个版本你们可以看到 LPL 或是 LCK 也是上路以坦克为主，所以因为坦克现在在这个版本能做太多的事情，但是既然有人提出这个需求嘛，然后我们只好给他尝试一下，对不对？因为我以前的队友，比如说火龙，我也没听过他有这样的需求，所以既然有人这样说了，然后给他玩一下。
All right, so. If you guys look at LPO or LCK, actually top laner tank champions are more useful than fighters in this patch. And actually, we think tank champs can do a lot more than fighters. But since Solo Kill really wanted to try out his fighter, try to carry us, we just granted him that wish. Because my old teammates I used to be playing with Hanabi. Never heard Hanabi wanted to play fighter champ or something else. So that kind of request is the first time I ever heard. So we granted him that wish, and it did work out. All right. Actually, my last question. I don't want to take too much of your time. You are going to play against CFO tomorrow, Flying Oyster tomorrow, and only the winner can attend the finals. So, can you give us a prediction of tomorrow's result? 就明天你们就要跟 CFO 对战，那只有胜者才能够参加最后的决赛。那你能够在这边帮我们预测一下明天 FAK 对上 CFO 的比分吗？
应该会是激烈的3-2，
应该会，
但明天会是我们3。
会是你们3。I think it's gonna be a very close 3-2, but we are going to come out on top. All right, thank you very much for answering our questions, and I like you really much. Do come to our interview next time. Thank you very much, and have a good night. We are going back to the casters. 好，非常感谢凯文接受我们的今天晚上的赛后采访。凯文的表现非常的活泼，我希望下次还有机会再继续采访到你。那我们非常感谢凯文，在这边的话呢，就跟大家说一声拜拜，然后把镜头交还给主播台。
Thank you to Vincent and, of course, Kai Wing for that interview, and gave some pretty spicy answers. Said that when he played with Hanabi before, the man never wanted to play carries, but when Solo Glass, he'd never heard that before. And I thought that was pretty funny. But they let him get those carries. He did also bring up that he feels like after watching LCK and LPL that tank champs are better this patch. But Solo Kill obviously looks very good on the carry, so kind of makes sense. And I think Malphite, that pseudo carry tank. Also for that prediction, I've said 3-2 to Frank for up against CFO. I feel like you can't really answer any other way. But everyone is hoping for that 5-game series for sure, as we are going to take a look at the playoffs bracket. So tomorrow's matchup is going to be Frank taking on CFO, the winner of which will advance to take on PSG in the grand final. And what do you think of that match? I think CFO versus Frank, it should be very close.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I feel like after seeing what I did today, I would give the edge to Frank. I think that if they play the way they did today, I think they'll have a pretty decent time. I don't think it'll be a clean 3-0, but I do expect them to take the win.
Oh, so you're thinking like 3-1 or something?
No. I'll go 3-2 because I want to see a 3-2.
I think this is a 3-2 no matter what. I'm not too sure who's going to win. I mean, CFO up against PSG, they looked extremely good. Like, even though they lost, like, Game 5, it was still down to the wire just the whole way. I want to say 3-2 to CFO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So regardless, it's going to be a 3-2.
I think so. It always is, except for this one.
Yeah, we won't worry about that.
It was an exception, not the rule, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what to say back to that. No, you're right. And I think that, I mean, regardless, it's going to be a banger series. I think both teams are, very evenly matched in terms of skill. We would have said the same for Impunity as well, but unfortunately, they have been eliminated, and we are down to a top 3.
We are. But that's it for us from today. Match number 10 is all cleaned up. We have 2 best of 5s remaining. Join us tomorrow for CFO versus Frank to find out who will be joining PSG in that grand final.